Something's wrong. Something's fucked. I don't know what's fucked. I just put a GPU back together using epoxy, masking tape, fucking prayers to Jesus. What do you expect? I don't know why it's broken. Thanks for the sub. How the fuck do you say that? Squirty Skunk Dog. Jesus Christ. Will you be the pastor for me and Ashura's wedding? Of course I will. I'll be sure to say nothing but the nicest things imaginable. You know, I should lie to you. I should gaslight all of you. I shouldn't tell you that my stream's broken. I should just be like, no, that's you. It has to be your audio. Nah, that's not me. Pfft. The fuck are you talking about? It just fucking lie to you like a filthy animal. Oh my god, what a mess. What a fucking mess. What's up, Brabenstein? How you doing? Where'd you get an LED cock ring for the show? So this isn't a cock ring for the show, right? I'm not rich enough to afford a Shure because that means you need to have like the whole XLR system. This is a USB mic, right? This is a Beacon USB mic that I got secondhand. How do I say this? I lied, okay? I lied. I lied like a filthy fucking animal to get this mic, okay? I'm sure the Discord link is not working again. So I'll post that now. Give me a second. Everything is fucked once more because my PC did a fucking
I gotta be
backflip.
honest with you guys.
Hold on. Because my PC did a backflip and fucked everything up. Or rather, I made it do a backflip. I fucking shattered the GPU inside my streaming PC. I'll give you that link now. Just give me a second. This is the... You know, usually while the intro plays, this is, you know, the fucking setup that I do. That's like my setup time. Make sure everything's working. Yeah, I got none of that today because the fucking intro's muted for some reason. God damn. Yeah. There you go. There's a link. Remember, that link is only for the mentally ill and the suicidal. Got a little surprise for you today. But that surprise can wait until the appropriate time. Oh, listen to that sound. The crack of a fresh monster. I went on a little bit of a journey. It should be in both chats, but if it's in Twitch, then hold on. That means something's not working. Big fucking surprise. It's not working. Yeah, let me put it in the YouTube chat separately. There you go. Now it should be working. Just for you. Okay, so I went on a journey recently. I did the worst thing imaginable. I explored the world of different flavored monsters, and let me tell you, there's nothing quite like home. There are some really, really shitty flavors out there. There are some real dog shit flavors of monsters out there. And I gotta tell you, it's real bad. What's up, Wojciech? How you doing? Hold on. Don't need that right now. You don't see anything on you. Oh, that's probably because YouTube blocks links. Memories. You've actually got to go to the worst, the lesser website to get links. I was given the blessing of being allowed to fuck Ashura's wife. Well, skunk dog, it looks like someone's gonna fuck you and someone's gonna marry you today, huh? Congratulations. You're getting... All your dreams are coming true right now. You get to marry Ashura and then cuck him immediately afterwards. Right. So, massive cock up, fix my PC, little bit of epoxy, masking tape, turns out to be cheaper than a brand new GPU, so I didn't need to fix it. But there is now, I'm playing a dangerous game with this PC that's under my desk that I had to fix up. I can never turn this PC off. Like, I'm gonna have to set up like a battery pack or some shit so that it never turns off, because there's like a 50-50 chance that every single time the power goes out and I have to restart this PC, it's just not gonna work. I spent over 8 hours yesterday. I thought I spent until 5 in the morning. I didn't. I lied. It was like 9 in the morning when I was done. I spent over 8 hours putting this fucking piece of shit GPU back together. And you know what? It works. It works. I'm so excited that it works. That means I don't have to fucking try and scrape together money for a fucking other GPU. I'm so like done with buying GPUs and shit. God damn it. I never want to assemble another PC again in my life right now. Just get a couple of slaves to run the wheel. Yes, that works in the US, okay? That doesn't work down here. Unfortunately,
I gotta be honest with you guys.
Yeah, God damn it. Stop fucking playing this video. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we didn't get that chance. We never got to enslave the blacks down here. They fought too hard. They fought tooth and nail.
Serious question, will you play the best MMO Guild Wars 2 today?
Probably, actually. I want to do some prep work today for Dune, which I'm going to be able to play tomorrow. I'm going to be restarting my workout challenge. I've got to do some adaptations. I've got to work on fixing some graphics, reworking some shit, because we're going to be doing one MMO every single month so that I can put them all together at the end, and then it's good to go. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I forgot something. I forgot something in my title. I can't put this in the Twitch one because it's too long. But I just needed to update my title. This was very important. I'm probably gonna just crash out at the end of the stream. Play a bunch of Guild Wars 2. Let's see if this camera's working. It is. Thank God. Is this camera working? It is. Thank you, Jesus. This video's for later. We're going through a Sawman video first. Right? And now the real test. The real test for tomorrow. The game giveaways are back. All the other dumb shit is back. Let's see if these still work. It doesn't work. You're not hearing audio. That's the problem. You're not hearing audio. And the wheel's gonna be fucked up as well. Oh no, the wheel's fine. Holy shit, the wheel is perfectly fine. I'm gonna have to adapt that wheel. So something is wrong with some of the audio coming out of this mic. I mean, not out of the mic, into the stream PC. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that. So, okay, so that's properties. We will, hold on. Fucking, god damn it, give me the right fucking thing. Let's see if it works now. Tell me if you can hear this. This is for tomorrow. I need to test some stuff. Tell me if this works.
Ladies and gentlemen, Coming to you live from a crack house in South
Are
Africa.
you hearing that?
It's time for us to spin the whipping wheel.
So now it's working. Okay, so I do have some audio rerouting to do tomorrow. Thank God. Okay. I can still figure out a way around my busted ass fucking GPU piece of shit that fell apart, fucked up all my settings. You know, I'm complaining. But the reality is, I'm the one who kicked the fucking PC over. This is my fault. I'm acting like this was a sign from God, but reality is this is entirely my fault. This camera right here, gotta get that working, give you guys control of that tomorrow. That camera back there, let's see if that one's still working. That one is still working. Thank you, Jesus. That's one less thing to do. And I believe there's one other camera I gotta set up. You just gotta see if it's working. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, oh yeah, that's still working. That's good. That's still working. That's good. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's perfect. Pristine angle. Clean. You can smell me from here. Beautiful. Is this one still working? It is. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, one camera. I've got to fix one camera. Unfortunately, there's another camera I had that's now completely fucked. It still works, but the frame rate is dog shit. And I don't want you watching a PowerPoint slide. I want you to see me in all my hideous, fat, disgusting glory. So this is my plan for today. I've got some reacts to catch up on. I wanted to see Sawman's new video, or his second newest video. His other one I watched off stream, and I gotta say, it fucked me up a little bit. I gotta say, something weird happens when you become a parent, right? You become strangely sensitive to bad shit happening to kids. Like, before I was a parent, like, this is probably psychopathic to admit, but like, things involving kids bothered me, right? And like, anything bad happening to a kid bothered me. But now that I'm a parent, things that happen to kids fuck me up real bad. Because I imagine it happening to my own kid, and all I'm thinking is animals like that need to die. They need to be in a cave somewhere, being electrocuted to the nuts with a fucking car battery for the next 72 years of their life. That's what needs to happen. It's a very strange effect. But it also makes me understand just how effective it is whenever, like, a politician does the whole think of the children kind of shit. Yeah, I get it now. I get it. I get how they get all these people to vote for them. That's why they pull out the think of the children argument all the time. Because if you have one, if you have a little cum sprite running around, you care about the little shit. Assuming you don't live in Detroit. Assuming basketball is not your favorite sport, and assuming that your vertical when you jump is under 500 meters. Thanks for the follow. You're hearing racist takes, and that's when you follow? God damn, Jesus Christ. But I'll tell you what my favorite thing to do is, and it still hasn't left my system, is I love telling dead baby jokes. Especially when I'm dropping my wife and my kid off at the there's like those things that moms do with their kids, where there's like a playtime session where like all the moms get together with their little their little jizz spirit that's like existing now. I go there and I start telling dead baby jokes. I've been asked to drop my wife off and not leave the car. And it wasn't even that bad, the ones I told. It was just the classics. I was like, you know, what's funnier than a pile of dead babies? One that's alive in the center and has to eat its way out. You know. Don't worry, ladies. I'm just joking. In all honesty, I love kids. I can never finish a whole one by myself. You know. What's red screaming and sits in your bathroom? Baby with a razor. What's green and sits in your bathroom? Same baby 3 weeks later. You know, that kind of stuff. Like, nothing, you know. Nothing that out of proportion. Oh, it's a good thing that you're here, Sawman. What's the difference between a Ferrari and a pile of dead babies? I don't have a Ferrari in my garage. Yeah, neither do I. You know, there's some classics in there as well. Like, you know, the neighborhood kids challenged me to a water fight, but I always feel bad because I arrive 5 minutes late because that's just how long it takes for my kettle to boil. You know, the blender one. Yeah, there's plenty of blender ones. You know, I like the classics. What can I say? What can I say? You don't need to be creative. You just need to devastate these people. Because what I've realized is a lot of these people that my wife's going to this like little kids events with my kid. These women come from very sheltered neighborhoods. They come from like the rich areas. Oh, actually, that's a lie. They are in their rich areas, and this kids event thing that is safe is happening in a rich area. So like I drive there, I pay an absurd amount of money, and I think for the amount of money that I pay, I should be able to tell as many dead baby jokes as I want. God damn it. This is why I love the US. We need freedom of speech globally. Say what you want about the Americans, but they can say whatever the fuck they want without being arrested. Lucky bastards. Change it to a pile of dead puppies. No, that's for when the kids can understand the stories you're reading to them. By the way, I did a bit of a dig into mobile games. Man, it's gonna get so bad. It's gonna get so dark in the future. Holy shit. I found a mobile game, and I'm thinking of playing it on stream, like as a joke. There is a mobile game out there, and it's on phones, and it's on iPads, because you know it's the iPad generation now. Anyone under the age of 25 doesn't know how to operate a keyboard and mouse anymore. So there's a mobile game out there that I found that obviously it's got a bunch of monetary shit attached to it, and it's like you're taking care of all these animals in this like veterinary clinic, and you're watching them grow, and they've got these happy little barking noises, and then the ad pops up and it pulls itself on screen, and it's got like two options. Do you want to buy this new puppy? And if you press the no button, an animation plays where the puppy gets sad and then dies. The animation of the dog fucking dies. If you say, no, I don't want to give you $27 to buy this fucking PNG. I don't know who the fuck made that, but oh my god, is it impressive. I'm not even mad at them. I'm just so impressed that they can manipulate children that much. It's probably made by Tencent. Damn, it's beautiful. I'm so impressed. I'm really looking forward to it. And being like the worst pet shop owner in existence, or veterinary owner, or whatever the fuck that game had going on in the background. But given the opportunity, anyone who enjoys pay to win and shit, I feel like they need to, you know, have their rights stripped from them. Not all of them. Like, you know, they can still have food and water, but like They shouldn't be allowed to operate any electronic device. It should be illegal for them to drive. They shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's just how it is. You know, I think that's fair. I think that's, in a democratic society, I think that's a fair way of doing things. You know, it's like, if you're dumb enough to give a random fucking mobile game that's just PNGs moving around the screen, if you're dumb enough to give them money at any point in time, you should never be allowed to vote. But let me stop fucking about here. I gotta play catch up, and then I'm just gonna burn myself out playing Guild Wars 2 because I gotta catch up. We're starting Living World Season 2 today, and I gotta say I'm fucking excited about it. If they can keep the quality of writing, it doesn't even have to be better. If the quality of writing in Living World Season 2 is as good as 1, I can see why people stick around in Guild Wars 2 after they hit level 80. The problem is getting people to level 80 in the first place. So let's start things off nice and slow, because I've been awake for 48 hours. I've slept. No, that's a lie. I did sleep 2 hours. So let's start off nice and slow with a Sawman video. The 10 MMOs that are so dead, they vanished from the internet. Now, the other one, unfortunately, I did watch off stream, because I don't want you to see me get fucking really butt fucking mad at the parents who, like, left their kid to starve because they were playing WoW. And you know what? I'm shocked. It's winter in my country, but it's actually pretty warm. So I think I'm just going to take off this hoodie. Oh, that's better. That's a lot better. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, it's a lot more comfortable. What? What? Is there something wrong? Oh, it's my camera. My camera's not angled correctly. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Let me just fix that real quick. Gotta get the right angle. There we go. Oh, much more comfortable now. Way better. So, we're gonna watch a Sawman video, you know. And we'll go from there. Serious but quick question. What say you to the idea of saying voting only for those over 21 years old, less than 85 years old, that's too old, and you either volunteer for EMT, firefighter, military, law enforcement? So basically what you're saying is, have you ever seen Starship Troopers? That's what you're saying. You have to be a public servant of some kind. You know, the Greeks had a similar system to that back in the day. That wasn't a bad system. You know, the Greeks had the perfect form of democracy. Is what would happen is, if you're getting into the position of a senator or anyone in power, they would do like an audit of your finances, and if they found that any of your finances were out of check, what they would do is they would exile you. Right? And the best part about being exiled at that point in time is if you go anywhere else and you're like, yeah, so I was exiled, the new place you went to would automatically exile you and be like, get the fuck out of here. I don't know what you did, but whatever you fucking did, get the fuck out of here. We don't want that shit here. So you'd just be eternally wandering around lying to people, saying you never got exiled, that you're just traveling. Are you ever going to make a video about tagging up as a commander in World vs. World for Guild Wars 2? There are a million videos I want to do on Guild Wars 2, and I'm still trying to plan out each and every single one of them hang. So the problem is, it's not so much that I don't find the content interesting enough to make a video. It's about me wondering, do other people find that content interesting enough to make a video? I'm also trying to avoid being trapped inside of Guild Wars 2 with my channel, because let's be honest. Yeah, let me describe this to you. This is the best way I can think to describe this to you. So, ignore all the other shit on my desktop. That's for videos. Where's open with? So yeah, I gotta make this clear, right? So down here, we got good old Guild Wars 2. Let's just bump the size up. There we go. So down here we got Guild Wars 2. Right. Over here we've got ANET making money off of Guild Wars 2. And up here Jesus, my neighbor's dogs are probably fucking killing someone who hopped the fence. This is the current state I see Guild Wars 2 in. The second that ArenaNet stops making money with Guild Wars 2, this dam breaks. And everyone playing Guild Wars 2 is fucked. Anyone remember what happened to Rift? Rift wasn't the perfect game. Hell, I would say it was essentially a fucking WoW ripoff. Remember Ion? Its flight mechanics. Yeah. Then it went free to play. Rift kept on switching hands. Different publishers kept on getting a hold of it.
Like myself, it is inevitable.
Exactly. It's inevitable. I want you to enjoy these periods of time in Guild Wars 2 right now. I want you to savor the flavor of even the shittiest content in Guild Wars 2. Because one day it will be dust in the wind. One day, this is gonna happen. This will be the future of Guild Wars 2. And there's nothing you can do about it. One day, dear old Muckluck, thank you for those emotes, by the way. Thank you for reminding me. Dear old Muckluck will be making update videos on Guild Wars 2. Hey guys! So these are the new pay-to-win updates in Guild Wars 2. These ones are not so bad, because the Sky Scale, you can buy it now for $100. But if you get the premium Sky Scale, it'll allow you to fly for more than 5 minutes. No, don't get confused. I don't mean 5 minutes every 24 hours. I mean, you fly it for 5 minutes if you pay them $100, and then the Sky Scale never flies again. It becomes a ground mount. But if you pay for the premium version, you get 25 minutes. That's the future. It's coming. It's coming. And I'm not looking forward to it. So savor it now. Get the memories in while you can. Because one day it's gone forever. Now, enough fucking around. Let's see what Soulman had to say about 10 MMOs that are so dead they've vanished from the internet. Then after that, I'll plan out Dune Awakening, which is happening tomorrow. Dune, launching 5 days early. I bought the version that comes out on the 20th. And then I was lucky enough that I managed to get a free code.
They'll only do that to Guild Wars 3,
which pissed me off.
because 2 will be dead by then. Also, what the fuck is that shirt?
What do you mean, what the fuck is that shirt? I think it's a very comfortable shirt. It's brand new, I'll have you know. I've got a story about this shirt, and I don't know if I should tell you this now or later. I'll tell you after this video. If I remember. Remind me, Saro. Listen, Wojciech, you can't hurt me with how many people watch the stream, because there are only so many mentally ill people on this planet. And also, Iconic one day came in here and just put a link in my chat. And he was like, hey, I need you to see this. And he linked me an open jar of peanut butter that was streaming 24 hours, and it had like 200 viewers. Okay, my self-esteem is through the floor since that day. You cannot hurt me with view count, because I just don't care anymore after knowing that I'm eternally losing to a fucking open jar of peanut butter. And I don't mean like someone was like doing anything with the peanut butter. It was just a fucking open jar of Skippy peanut butter on a desk. That's it, being live streamed for 24 hours. That's all it was. So view count doesn't hurt my feelings. Now let's see what Soulman had to say.
Dead game. 0 players online. Abandoned. All terms you would have heard over the past couple of years when talking about unpopular MMOs. However, no game is truly dead.
It's funny, when you said abandoned, I thought of my dad. I don't know why.
What with the ability to play most games on a private server. However, in today's video, we are going to take a look at games that are so dead, not even I can find a way to play them. And that's sort of my speciality, finding dead and irrelevant games, playing them, and then making video essays about them, which no one seems to watch.
No one seems to watch. This man's failures are my successes. This man does a video and he's like, oh, no one watched it. And then I look at the view count and it's like 40k. And I'm like, yeah, fuck you, dude. Eat shit, you dickhead. Fuck off. Nobody watches it. All you have to do is play the game for 10 minutes, say you played it for 100 hours, and then do a review on it, on like the first 2 levels. That's all you got to do.
Please like and subscribe. I have rent to pay. So in today's video, we're going to look at 10 MMOs that are well and truly beyond saving. Unless some sort of miracle happens.
No, okay, he's just using the same clips from his video where he was doing the creepiest MMOs ever.
And feel free to let me know in the comment section below if I've missed any really obvious MMOs.
Here's the problem with being me, is I'm pretty sure I've got some kind of brain damage, because half the time I'll watch a video and then I'll watch it again, and I'll have no memory of having watched it the first time.
Dead. So, in no particular order, let's start with our first very much unplayable MMO.
Oh, I would remember Family Guy Online. Haven't watched this.
First up is Roma Victor, a MMO RPG based on the Roman.
Who wants to watch a video about MMOs they can't even play? I'll tell you who, Sun Matrix. All the people who used to play that MMO. And people like me who are sick in the head, who like, it's like watching, it's like, you know how, think about it this way. The MMORPG genre is a busted up, fucked up ass highway that hasn't been maintained for the last 30 years. It's got potholes, it's all damaged and busted up. People still drive down it. But have you ever noticed that when you're on a highway, if there's a crash, if there's a car pileup, if there's a dead body on the road, everybody without exception will slow down to watch, to look, just for a second. They're like, shit, I gotta be somewhere in 5 minutes, but let me see what I can spot here. Oh, fuck, that guy got fucked up. Every single time. That's what the MMORPG genre is. This is what this video is. We are looking at car crashes. We are watching disasters that have occurred. And everyone who watches this is thinking, thank God it's not my MMO. Or damn, I used to know that MMO.
An Empire. This PvP-focused MMO allowed players to choose between being a Roman or a barbarian, and fights would take place on a 30x30 map based in Little Old Britain.
Jesus, imagine having the opportunity to play as a Roman and then playing as a barbarian instead. Fuck, some people have no taste.
Released in 2006, this MMO had stiff competition from, well, everyone. And unfortunately, it's really hard to find any sort of information around this game other than Wikipedia and the low-resolution YouTube videos. The official Roma Victor website is not what you think it is, and Red Bedlam, the developers behind this title. I mean,
Never heard
they
of
have a
them.
LinkedIn page, but I don't think they've created any.
This looks like this is porno logos. No fucking wonder. This is porno logos. Hey, what's up, Ashura? How you doing? Another month that I'm getting scammed. Absolutely. Thank you for making my tax burden worse and scamming yourself. But yeah, pretty much. You see? I'm starting to understand how streaming works, right? Do you see? Do you get it now? I'm beginning to believe I'm Neo in the Matrix. It's starting to happen. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the future. My juicy tits, my juicy man tits might not work. But if I put them on a shirt and we all pretend that it's a woman on my shirt and not a dog, maybe we'll get somewhere.
Anything recently. In January 2010, it was announced that the purchase of new accounts would be blocked as of May 5th, and that the game would remain online for another year after that, at Red Bedlam's expense. However, the game was shut down almost 6 months early without warning.
You know what's the worst part about watching this? Okay, we're gonna just mute Sawman for a second. I want you to pay attention very closely to the gameplay. Okay? Pay very close attention to the gameplay. So you see that right there? You see this beautiful gameplay? You see that gameplay? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. The MMORPG genre, sorry, my lips fucked up, has had a little bit of an update in graphics, and fucking nothing else has changed for 2 decades. Nothing changed. You could almost pull up any MMORPG, and the only difference you'll see is graphics. It's the same fucking gameplay from 20 years ago.
However, the game was shut down almost 6 months early without warning. As far as I can tell, there are no private servers for this title, and no one seems to be working on one. Unfortunately, it just wasn't that popular.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. You know it's bad when no one's even willing to put up a private server for your game. Duplicate your bald head next to your head, and some people might come think. So I did think about this, right? I was photoshopping together a very unique, special webcam that I was putting together, but I don't know if it's going to work out, so I might trash the idea. I wanted to, so I'm going to be playing some Black Desert Online as well, because I want to make a video on it. And what I was thinking, because as far as I'm aware, Blue Squadron is the god of that game, is I was going to get like a webcam where I baited people, where it's Blue Squadron's head, right, transferred from his stream, right, put the body of a woman, have one big titty, and then my head, just like this part of my head, or just so you could just barely see my eyes, is the other titty popping out of the her bra. We're baiting viewers. We're covering all sexualities all in one go.
Although, with that being said, if they were to remake this game today, a Roman MMO with melee combat and fighting barbarians, I'm sure a lot of people would be invested and it'll be super popular.
Which is why it's never happening.
Anyway, on to the next dead MMO.
That's your Discord going off.
Gloria Victus is a melee combat MMO.
fuck, don't tell me Glory of Victus is dead. Please don't tell me that's dead. I paid full price for this fucking game, and it's been sitting there in my Steam library, and every now and then I think maybe I'll make a video on it. Please don't tell me it's dead. Please don't tell me they fucked up and
with a
dropped the
focus
service.
on PvP.
I said, hold up, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's how you kill a game.
It had a very short life because it was released in 2023 and closed down in 2023. Did I just say that melee combat MMOs would be popular?
No, don't fuck this up for me. Don't tell. No, hold on. C D F G, where is it? It's right here. Don't fucking tell me. Don't you fucking tell me this game doesn't work anymore. Don't you dare tell me that this game's servers are down. Don't you do this to me. Don't you fucking do this to me. This has been on a backlog. $590. With a heavy heart, after detailed calculations and deep considerations, we have to share the news that the new Glory season starting today will be the 592 days. Do you ever feel like there's two ways you're going to kill yourself? Is you're either going to write a suicide note or you're going to develop an MMORPG. Ah, fuck. This has been sitting on a backlog forever. God damn it. This is how I find out. This is how I find out that this dog shit MMORPG that I was oh, fuck. Damn it. Damn it. Now I'm going to have to find something else to shit on.
Admittedly, though, this title did spend 6 years in early access, so it didn't quite die.
Wait, how the hell are you going to develop it after you die? You're going to get Jesus involved? Because I feel Jesus coming back within the next year is more likely than an MMO succeeding in the next 5. That's all I'm saying.
In the same year. The idea behind this MMO was that you had 3 factions to choose from, and you had one map that you all played on, and you had to go and capture castles and duke it out and siege and all that good stuff. Amazingly, I actually got to play this title before it closed down, and you know what? It wasn't bad, it just wasn't great.
Yeah,
the combat
really
was similar
wasn't.
to Bannerlords, and you didn't have to do PvP. There were PvE objectives you can do, as well as a main story questline. However,
remember what I said? Remember what I said when I made the comparison there previously? That Roman MMORPG? Okay, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again now. Okay? I want you to take a look at the gameplay. Take a look at the gameplay. Pay very close attention to the gameplay. You see that? What changed? It's the same video. It's the same video. We're just watching the same video. Nothing fucking changes in this genre. It's all the same. We've been eating the same dog shit for years. and they just changed the foil that they wrap the dog shit in. And we're like, wow, it's entirely different this time. Oh, man. You know, I used to say that I think the MMORPG genre isn't dead. It's dormant, and it's waiting for a new king. I'm starting to think it's not dormant, it's on fucking life support.
That was similar to Bannerlords, and you didn't have to do PvP. There were PvE objectives you can do, as well as a main story quest line. However, if you do
Like
want
WoW,
PvP,
yeah, nothing's
you
beating
had to
WoW.
go and craft your gear and just kit yourself out ready for battle. And when you died, well, you lost all your gear. The best feature about this game were the siege battles, but unfortunately they were far and few between due to the lack of population.
Do I have to do it again? Okay, fine. We'll do it again. Corporate wants you to spot the difference. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I'm never going to buy another MMO from Amazon Games. They always rush the release, push for first sales, and screw the game over. It's worse than that, Scourgefister. Imagine pissing your community off so much, fucking up so monumentally, that instead of fixing the mistakes in your game, instead of solving the issues, the problems that the game had, you release it in a buggy, dogshit state, and then when the community complains and is like, this is what we need fixed now, your response, instead of fixing those things, instead of being like, you're right, let's solve all these problems, is, fuck you guys, we're going to put this on a console instead. Amazon is the best game studio producer, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They are the best. They are the best gaming studio in existence, because they will teach you life lessons that take years to learn in the space of a few months.
There was a Battlegrounds mode you can do where you didn't lose your gear, and that was seemingly more popular than some of the siege battles. But unfortunately, they were quite sweaty, and any new players, well, it just wasn't enjoyable for them. I should know because I lived it. Sadly though, I get the feeling that there won't be any private servers for this indie MMO, although it was enjoyable. I just feel like people will just try and improve on the concept rather than try and bring this one back. And with a player base which was quite small anyway.
Isn't EA the best company? EA is not a company. EA is a graveyard. It's a subtle difference.
It's very unlikely anyone's trying to set up a private server anytime soon.
Family Guy. Man, I can't believe the Family Guy MMOs failed. No one would have ever seen this coming. This is devastating. This should say Family Guy Online 2012 to 2013. Should have lived forever.
Just when you thought the internet couldn't get any more weird, there was indeed a Family Guy MMORPG. I'm not joking. Don't believe me? Well, here's the trailer.
Would you like to come inside for a cupcake and a glass of wine?
Take on extreme challenges
The evil monkey lives in my closet.
and enforce your own brand of law and order.
Well, if it isn't King Lardass.
Top tier. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I don't know how this game never eclipsed World of Warcraft. Man, what incredible humor. What amazing gameplay. It's almost like they just ripped off The Simpsons. Imagine playing a game just because I spent dollars and I will still be a player and advertise it in hopes of resurrecting it. But the second they have a player in LFG, they go full-on toxic, making the game less of an experience for somebody. Who cares about full-on toxic? Literally not even a thing that matters. If you meet toxic players in your MMOs, you should thank them. Right? Because at the moment you might be butt fucking mad at them. But you know what happened? They gave you a memory. They gave you something that cannot yet be taken away from you. At least until Elon Musk puts chips in all the back of our fucking head and you have to pay like the subscription fee so you have access to the dreams that are in your brain as opposed to just getting like dish soap ads the entire night while you're sleeping.
Sign up now at FamilyGuyOnline.com.
Whose leg do you have to hump to get a dry martini around here?
I know Family Guy's been accused of copying The Simpsons quite a lot, but honestly, this game gives me Simpsons hit and run.
Accused of? Accused of? Oh, it's allegations now. I see. This is like when like a famous person like rapes a child on video and then everyone still says the word allegedly. I get it. I understand.
Vibes. It did, however, try to be a MMO. It even had different classes to pick from based on the main character.
This is like saying Diddy allegedly had like 1,000 bottles of baby oil in his house. Allegedly.
So, for instance, Stewie was DPS, Peter was a tank, and Chris and Meg were also a type of DPS.
If owner of Conan franchise promises to make it less toxic, masculinity, insults, and gore.
Promises to make it less toxic. What? Okay. The translation I now have in my head of what you said there, Filter.
Guy's been accused of copying The Simpsons.
The translation that I just got out of you there is the owner of the Conan franchise promises to make us all black lesbians in wheelchairs who do jazz hands instead of attacking each other. That's what you just told me.
Simpsons quite a lot, but honestly, this game gives me Simpsons hit and run vibes. It did, however, try to be a MMO. It even had different classes to pick from based on the main characters. So, for instance, Stewie was DPS, Peter was a tank, and Chris and Meg were also a type of DPS.
Man, what a cash
the game
grab.
Was in
I love the little bottom right window where it just says shop. You know, sometimes I don't want to believe that the US is the great Satan. But when they keep on putting satanic symbols like this in their games, like what the fuck am I supposed to think? Killing the whole two-party clan before the world boss, using the glitch best memories from L2, they were so pissed. Yeah, no. Look, players will always exploit everything they can.
In beta access, so unfortunately the Brian class wasn't available yet. Although the game was free to play, would you believe it, there was indeed a cash shop. Although surprisingly, when the game did close down, they did offer to refund everyone's purchases in the cash shop, assuming it was within the last 60 days. So
okay, I need you to hear that again. And then I'm going to tell you something.
Although surprisingly, when the game did close down, they did offer to refund everyone's purchases in the cash shop, assuming it was within the last 60 days.
You're telling me that the people who devved out Family Guy Online have a higher bar of moral standards than all of Bethesda? Anyone remember this? Anyone know what this is? if any of you understand what this little wooden tile means, then you now have to live with the knowledge that Family Guy Online had higher moral standards than Bethesda. Man, we live in fucking clown world.
So why did the game close down, you might be wondering?
Jesus Christ.
Well, due to a lack of content, players just weren't that interested. Feedback was that you can get to end game within a week. The combat system was...
Yeah, it turns out that people who sit watching the rip-off show of The Simpsons like sitting on a couch and staring at a screen, not playing a video game. That's too high intensity for them. They might die.
Wasn't great and was constantly being reworked. And do you know what? Maybe there's just not a player base for a Family Guy-centric MMO. Unsurprisingly, there are no private servers for Family Guy Online.
Shocking.
Although the source code is out there in the wild, and if you're smart enough, you might just be able to view the game still. But as it stands, unless you're clued up on game design and game coding, then you're not going to be able to view this game anytime soon.
Tabula Rasa. Oh, no. No, I actually played this one. No. Fuck. I'm in the failure list. I played Tabula Rasa. Like, only for a month, but I still played it. Question, cracked GPU, talking about the 2060. Yeah, so the 2060, actually it's a 2080, that's sitting in my streaming PC. That other stream where it cut off abruptly, I kicked a cable. My PC did a backflip. I got the stream up and running again. I fucked up a bunch of like cables in the back, bent a bunch of shit, fucked up a camera, got it running again. I opened up my PC to see what the fuck was wrong, and it turned out that I cracked the GPU right after the PC did a backflip. So yesterday, I spent a solid 8 or so hours with some soldering, some epoxy, and some masking tape, and I pressure fitted it back into the motherboard. Here, let me just show you. Yeah, give you some perspective. Wait, here, let me help you out here. Right, so if we look over here at my stream PC, I don't know if you can see the angle. That GPU in there is cracked. I put it back together with a little bit of solder, some elbow grease, some wishful thinking, and some prayers to fucking any deity that would listen. And then I turned that PC on this morning, and it worked. It fucking worked. It was so the only thing that I really needed to solder, so it wasn't like a big solder job. It was like there was one connector on the very edge of the board that was separated from the crack, so I really just needed to fill that in. You know, I basically took like a speck of copper, dropped in a tiny piece of solder and flux, and put it back together.
Was this a MMO published by NCSoft and then abruptly closed a few years later? Shock. You might see this game referred to as Richard Garriott's Tabula Rasa rather than just Tabula Rasa.
It was essentially the connector that was broken that I needed to put back together, but it's the connector from the slot. Fuck, what's the name of the slot? The express slot or whatever the fuck it's called. It was just one of the connectors that was busted.
And the reason for that is because Richard Garriott was somewhat of a high-profile player in the MMO world. He was the inventor of Ultima Online, after all. And with his name attached to this title, what could go wrong?
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
It was a sci-fi shooter MMO RPG with the premises that aliens...
Oh man, this was such a good game. This was such a good game. In theory.
come to Earth, wipe out pretty much most of humanity, but a small subsection of them escape, and then they seek revenge by trying to kill the aliens, who obviously did all the bad stuff. I know I'm butchering the lore, but do you know what? The game's dead anyway. What does it matter? At the time of Tabula Rasa's release, NCSoft had a few other MMOs in the work, such as Aeon, Wildstar, and of course Guild Wars 2. NCSoft were already performing a juggling act, moving resources around from MMO to MMO. They'd already moved some of City of Heroes to help with Tabula Rasa, and it's likely they were doing the same with the other MMOs in development. NCSoft are notorious for having strict deadlines and targets that need to be met, and Tabula Rasa wasn't meeting their requirements. NCSoft fired Richard Garriott in November 2008.
I wonder if New World will be in the video. It's not going to be in the video. I'll tell you why, because theoretically, technically speaking, New World is still alive. If we squint hard enough that we start looking like, you know, we're trying to be racist towards Asians. If we just do that just hard enough, we can believe in our hearts that New World is still alive.
But publicly claimed that he left the company voluntarily, resulting in a lawsuit against them in July 2010. To put it simply, when you secretly fire the person whose name is literally on the title of the game, you can tell things are going to end badly. Not for Garriott though, he got a boatload of money and I'm sure he was pretty happy with that.
What a lad.
There was attempts to keep the game alive after it officially...
Wait, isn't... Do I have this wrong? Isn't Garriott Lord British? Isn't he the guy, was it Ultima? There was a game where, like, people were using a housing exploit, and Lord British was, like, standing there talking to people. I think it was Ultima. And so he forgot to, like, put on the invulnerability thing, and he got murdered. Yes, he is. And, yeah, okay. So I'm not misremembering that. I was trying to think, why the fuck does the name Garriott sound so goddamn familiar?
Shut down. There was a private server called Infinite Rasa, but unfortunately the website, the official website for it, doesn't work anymore. And I couldn't find any hint or inkling to there being a second private server. So I think it's safe to say it is dead. But despite the messy history and a very short life cycle, people do speak highly of this game and even compare it to a less modern Wildstar, which is also dead. Believe it or not, there's actually been quite a few driving MMOs over the years. You've had Test Drive Unlimited, Need for Speed Online, and obviously The Crew, which is now shut down. Released in 2000.
The Crew was a big deal, right? People were so desperate to keep The Crew up. It's theoretically considered an MMO. It's not considered an MMO RPG, but it was a massively multiplayer online game, Cyro. And you have to categorize it as an MMO because even if the massively part of it wasn't technically there, neither is the massively part currently in New World. But guess what? We still call that an MMO. Yeah.
2014, this game has been going for quite some time, but unfortunately it suffered from one fatal decision, which was to be online only, a live service game. And Ubisoft, the developers behind this, decided to cut all ties with its online part of this game.
Here we go.
Which basically renders it useless. Ubisoft has since learned from its mistakes with The Crew 2 and The Crew Motorfest having a offline mode. But the original one, well, you can always use it as a coaster, I guess. But what makes The Crew so special was that it was the catalyst which started the Stop Killing Games movement, which is a consumer movement and campaign that aims to prevent video game publishers.
You know what? I actually really want to know what Sawman's opinion on SKG is. Because most people I've spoken to seem to think the Stop Killing Games movement is like a good idea. It's got good intentions, but it's got some really stupid fucking planning behind it. But if you look at someone like Pirate Software, he just thinks all of it is a scam. All of it is a terrible idea. And it's going to just hurt developers and no one should do this. And we should just tell ourselves to go fuck ourselves if we want to play an old game.
From making games unplayable by pulling online support, effectively destroying the games as purchased goods. There was even a class action lawsuit against Ubisoft in the United States. The lawsuit claimed consumers were misled into believing they owned the game data either physically on a disc or via digitally downloaded files. Instead, the data was stored on a remote server that the physical and digital copies of the game provided access to. Essentially, they bought a key, a license to a game, as opposed to a physical copy. I don't think you
know what this reminds me of? I'm gonna reveal my age now. And I know this is gonna hurt some of you, because you're gonna realize that I was there to witness firsthand as Moses got off the boat and watched his mother leave her purse behind after the flood. Right now, this is how old I am as a person. You know what the crew always reminded me of?
Three, two, one.
Hey, remember? Remember when I said that all MMOs are just the same fucking game since the beginning of time?
As Aslan said, I was there when the old magic was written.
Yeah, don't recite the old magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. I watched the magic form. I watched it die. I watched as our souls were crushed beneath the boot of fucking horse armor. Every loss. Everything. Also, by the way, this guy chose the shittier car. Yeah, the car was way better. Look at this shit. Now let's go back here.
Ubisoft realised what they'll be starting when they
Nothing
decided
changed.
to close down this 10-year-old
It's the same
MMO.
game.
But you know what?
It's
Fuck
the
'em.
same
They're a
fucking
shit company
game.
anyway. There is a slight caveat to the death of the crew, which is a private server is being worked on. It just hasn't been fully released yet. But the problem is with private servers is that unless it's abandonware or there's some real like loopholes you can find, a lot of the times the company...
Do you know why no one brings up the TF2 hat, Cyro? It's because TF2 was an actually really good game, and it was online, and if you were getting the hats and shit, you could show them off to people, right? People bring up the horse armor because it was a purely cosmetic thing for a single-player game. Right? At least in TF2, if you bought the hat, you were playing against other people, and other people could see the hat. Right? There was some incentive there. It made sense. What the fuck are you doing selling a cosmetic in a single-player game where the only sentient human being, at least 50% of the time for people playing Oblivion, is you? That's why.
company still owns the IP and they'll just sue you or send you a cease and desist. So as to how long the private servers will stay up for, I'm just not too confident it'll be too long at all, especially considering they got sued over this game. I feel like it'll be a bit of tit for tat on this one. But hey, let's wait and find out.
Wild West Online. I watched
Wild West Online was a MMO designed for...
I watched Soulman do a video on this one. This one was devastatingly bad. Holy shit.
people who were just too impatient to wait for the release of Red Dead Redemption 2, which was released in the same year. The game was released under notorious developer Sergei Titov.
I completely forgot that fact. This pile of shit was released at the same fucking time as Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh. Like, oh man. You know how, like, Horizon Zero, like the Horizon devs keep getting fucking mad at the world because every time they release a game, someone else releases a better one. Right? Now imagine someone goes out there and programs a game that is exactly like Horizon, except it's better than Horizon in every single way, and then releases it in the same year as a new Horizon game.
The game was released under notorious developer Sergei Titov.
He had tits
I
in
think
his
that's
name.
how you pronounce his last name, but quite frankly, I don't care because he is a massive tit. He has a reputation for developing games and then abandon them a week later, taking everyone's hard-earned cash with him. Like I said, a complete and utter bellend. Games that Sergei has been associated with and abandoned include War Z or Z, 2012, Infestation Survival Stories, 2013, Romero's Aftermath, 2015.
Oh, this guy's chasing trends. This guy's chasing whatever fucking trend. This guy's a genius. You don't understand. Titty Man is a genius here. What he's doing is he's not making the best game. He's making a game that follows a trend that releases in the same year as another game that does way better. And he's hoping that there are people on Steam so fucking stupid that they click on his game instead of the actual good game and accidentally buy it. And so far, it looks like it's working out.
Infestations, The New Z, 2016.
Look at that. Look at that. 25,000 people accidentally bought this one.
2015, Infestation.
Look at that right there. Look at that. That's beautiful. This man's making bank. You think he's a bastard. I think he's a genius. He's not out here making games for your enjoyment. He's out here making dog shit games knowing he's going to piss people off and they're still going to give him money. What a god.
The New Z, 2016, Shattered Skies, 2016, Last Man Standing, 2017, and there's
There it
probably
is.
many, many more. Get
Yeah.
this video to 1,069 likes and I'll go review one of these monstrosities. Some of these
Soulman is currently writing us all a suicide note. I want you to know this. Soulman hit enough likes on his one video that he's doing like 100-hour playthrough of PAX Day, which, I mean, honestly, if you wanted to kill yourself, you could have just drilled a hole in your stomach, filled up a glass with your own hydrochloric acid, and kept drinking it, and it would have been a less painful experience than what you're currently doing. So now I really need to make sure that this gets to 1,069 likes. I'm sorry, Soulman. You might see, there might just be a few botted likes on this video.
These creations are still online and accessible,
see how long you
but they're
survive.
just in a really bad, neglected state. Whereas Wild West Online, it's no longer on Steam. If you have a copy of the game, you can't connect to a server. He took the money and ran. Which is a shame because the concept of a Wild West Online MMO actually sounds kind of fun. It sounds like what Red Dead Redemption Online should be, but it isn't because they stopped supporting it. Roll on Red Dead Redemption
Every
3.
time. Every time. The Mummy.
I'm just as shocked as you.
Oh my god, The Mummy was great. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, before we watch this, you just put a key in a lock in my mind and you unlocked a memory. Right? The Mummy was an amazing movie. It was the best movie ever. There are two movies I will always hold near and dear to my heart because one of my childhood friends, we watched these movies together and it gave him an eternal fear of all insects. I'm going to show you the scene that fucked him up. He didn't sleep for 3 days as a kid. Thanks for the follow, Mrs. Whateverist. I'm going to show you the scene. So, there were two movies we watched as a kid. Now, I thought they were pretty funny, right? These movies were obviously not developed for, like, two 7-year-olds to watch. But guess what? The little R sticker and shit on movies and stuff, or the ratings, In my country, no one knew what the fuck they meant because no one told us, because no one had enough internet to be able to tell, right? There were 2 movies that really fucked him up, and they fucked him up good, for life. He can never go near insects ever again. Every time he sees something that is even vaguely bug-shaped, he freaks the fuck out. The first movie was 8-Legged Freaks, right? Amazing B-grade movie, go back and watch it. The second movie was The Mummy. And there was one scene in The Mummy, and I'm going to show it to you right now. You just you're unlocking memories for me today, Saw Man. God damn. This whole fucking video is a nostalgia trip. Now, luckily for me, because I keep my YouTube streams demonetized, I shouldn't get like my stream kicked the fuck off for this. But I'll have to do some magic and chop this out so it doesn't get copyright claimed later. But this scene fucked my friend up forever.
Take those bigger stones first.
Not even close, Scourge Fist. Sorry, Scorpion King doesn't come close. Doesn't come close.
Got the idea? Chop chop.
This scene right here. This scene right here fucked him up permanently. This is where he developed like an instant fear of anything even bug-shaped.
Look at this.
Look at that camp CGI.
Hold it. Do something, do something. Not that, not that.
Yeah, it was that scene, and there's the other one that was even better. And so that was the scene that like opened my friend's mind, right? It opened his third eye nice and wide. And let me see if I can find the other one. It's somewhere in here. Here you go. It's this one. This one was it. This one sealed the deal. There was no coming back from this one. Do you have a fear of scarabs at all? No. I have no fear of insects. Literally, my wife will call me and she's like, there's a big fucking spider in the bathroom. Please come get it. And I'll literally just grab it and throw it outside because, like, I know enough about insects to know which ones in my country aren't, like, even if they bite me, which ones are not going to fuck me up. The ones that are going to fuck me up, they don't get the hand treatment. I just nail them with a flip-flop. Oh, I did fuck with him. I fucked with him for a long time. I'm shocked that he's still my friend. He's a real one. He's a real one for still being my friend. This scene sealed the fucking deal. This was it. This was him done. Rest of his life. This was generational trauma. That's when you let the intrusive thoughts win. See that? My friend, if he saw, like, insects anywhere, it didn't matter how thick his shoes were, he would not go near them because he's like, it's gonna eat its way through the shoe like that beetle. This is what I'm saying. This is like steps. This is like a stagger step effect of all the fears, like, stacked into one. Like, this movie is like, it doesn't matter if you're wearing thick leather shoes, the insects will get through. You're gonna feel it in your foot. It's gonna be painful. It's gonna be under your skin. I mean, this is unlocking other memories of the childhood, like the priest in my school, but that's a different story. Yeah, look at that. There it is. That right there, right? That part right there. I remember seeing his face go from like to just. I'm a terrible human being. Jesus Christ, I'm a bad person. And that was my friend done. That was him done.
Well, who is it?
And where was it? The final scene when he comes running in. It gets rid of the bug by like killing himself.
This looks like.
Where is it? Where's it? Here we go. Here we go. There, that was it. Now, think about this. Think about this. Hold on. First time catching a live stream and I witnessed the mummy with no context. No, I'm telling a story here. Also, welcome. Welcome to the most mentally ill place you can imagine. So, think about this. Think about this now as an 8-year-old kid, right? You know nothing about life. You're 8. You're basically fucking retarded, right? All children are retarded. That's just how it is. So now, my friend has witnessed a dung beetle, a beetle, dig its way through a gigantic leather shoe, dig underneath some dude's skin, right? So now he's thinking about this beetle like crawling its way through your skin, and it's painful and shit, and this actor's doing a really good job screaming and panicking, and now it's gonna dig its way into your mind and fuck your brain up. There. That was my friend done. That was him done. He couldn't watch the rest of this. He was like, I'm out. I'm done. I can't. I'm done. As an 8-year-old, he was like, I can't do this. No. He didn't sleep for like 3 days. He was like fucking so freaked out about this. And it's literally caused him lifelong trauma. He's a man, and I was laughing my ass off watching this. Like, because I just thought it was funny. I don't know why. It just didn't affect me. But, damn, I don't know how he's still my friend. I don't know how he put up with my shit. What a lad. Does your friend feel safe with Peter Parker? I don't know. I'd have to ask him. I'll dress up as Spider-Man one day and find out.
You are that this game exists, especially considering that the last movie came out in... Oh, as a fad movie? Okay.
That's because you're a psycho.
As a fad
True.
Movie. But yeah, somehow there's
no third movie
franchise got a whole MMO dedicated to it many years later. And would you believe it? It was web-based and didn't look too bad. Like, there have been some hideous movie adaptations, but this one actually looks like a fairly okay ARPG. It was based around the same time.
You know what? That actually doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad. Now, I've made this point twice. But, you know, comedy comes in threes. Making a point, if you really want to make a point to someone, you always do it in threes, right? I want you to take a look at this gameplay.
I'll be an on.
Just again, take a look at this gameplay.
The original Mummy movie.
Let's see if we can find some gameplay here. Yeah, that'll do. What changed? What? Nothing changed. We're just playing the same fucking notes in a different order. And we've been doing it for like near on 3 decades at this point. Every single time. Every single time. God damn. You know, I'm starting to think that the people who make Disney movies got the idea that they can just shit out the same thing over and over again because they used to be MMO players and they realized they can just expand this out into movies. There was a third movie. There was no third movie. That's a lie. That was a myth. Never actually happened. I've done something worse. My friend had a green Mary Jane, and he had this dawning realization he could do anything. So I would tell him, stop your heart for 10 seconds. Spoiler, he had stress for like the next 6 months. That's just evil. What you're supposed to do, Scourge, is you're supposed to wait until you've got a friend who's high as balls, if you've got someone who enjoys that kind of stuff, right? And just before you leave their house, you say, all right, buddy, I'm going to head out. But before I do, I need you to not think about all the spiders crawling under your skin right now. Anyway,
The
see you later,
gaming
bud.
industry has matured just like cars. Every car looks the same. Every game is the same.
Yeah, pretty much, actually. You know, the more I think about it, the more I think we're moving towards like this homogenized soup society. It's idiocracy, but it's not as interesting.
And players had the option to create a character and choose between two factions, the Raiders and the non-Raiders. It was an open world with tombs that players could go investigate, and believe it or not, there was even PvP. However, from what I've seen on the reviews, there was no social aspect to this game simply because no one was playing it. It's hard to be a successful MMO when you don't even get people playing your game. I'll be completely honest, I can't even find a news article saying as to why the game closed down. I'm assuming the fact that no one...
Damn. Imagine killing yourself and no one even questions why you did it. No one even tries to figure that out. They're just like, yeah, they died. They killed themselves? Yeah. Yeah. And you're like, why did they do it? It just happens, bro. Suicide happens. That's how you know no one gave a shit about you.
One's ever heard of it is probably a good reason. Big point were the developers behind this title, and they're still going strong with a whole list of different games which all have a very similar feel about them. Let's be honest.
Even fashion remains the same. Any distinguished fashion trend you remember in the last 20 years? Absolutely. I remember one. Ravenstein. It changed me fundamentally as a young lad. When some of the guys in my school had older sisters who would like come pick them up from school. Now, you won't remember this. Actually, you probably will, because it's kind of been bastardized these days. Right. There was a guy in my school who had an older sister. And she was like old enough that she was like 18, 19. And she would come pick him up. Now, the thing is, right, the reason goth girls like this seemed so goddamn hot was because you can't smell anything through a picture. Unfortunately, he had a super hot older sister, but she smelled like a fucking fish market. She would like roll down the window of her old beta-ass car, and the scent would like waft. Goths in South Africa, they would melt. No, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. There were goths down here. It's a thing. But man, the one I know, she was hot as fuck, but you needed to not have nostrils to date that bitch. God damn, she stank. I remember an old joke we made as kids. Hold on. When a brass band played some ceremony, we would sit in the front row and eat lemons so they could see. The musicians would stop playing because they couldn't blow because of the excess salivas. Oh. There's plenty of furries in Cape Town and a couple. Yeah, no. So furries. So this is kind of the way it went down. Everyone who was like borderline crazy, goth scene or metal, you would find in Johannesburg. All the the gays, and this isn't like against the gays. This is just like this is how things were. The gays, the furries, and the degenerates you would find out down in Cape Town, and then like all the like Rastafarian, all the white guys doing their absolute best to pretend that they were Jamaican, specifically Jamaican, were in Durban. Also the people trying to pretend they were like Californian surfer dudes as well. Durban.
No one ever knew this game existed, and no one
Of course,
cared
that's the
that
comment
it
I
died.
chose to
And
read.
it goes into a tomb, never to be opened again, otherwise you'll be cursed with a really bad game. Sociolotron, I believe that's how it's pronounced, was a game I covered off recently under one of my most disturbing MMO videos.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand, Squirry. They wore all black, but because of the temperature, they were scantily clad goths. They weren't hiding giant fucking corsets and shit to like tuck in their fat rolls and shit. They were belly buttons out, bottom of the ass cheeks hanging out of a little mini skirt, goddamn black dress. You have no idea. It was great. It was a magical time.
Shameless plug, I'll put a link in the top right, please click it because it did really bad when it came to getting any views whatsoever. But I digress. This might be the very first occurrence of a game dying because the owner of the game passed away. Patrick Lagney was the sole developer and creator behind Sociolotron, and
Never
when
even
he
heard of
passed
this.
away, the game went with him. The website to sign up no longer works, and you can't create a new account, you can't go to the servers, it is inaccessible. The game, dubbed the Sex MMO by some, was a sandbox, open world, PvP, random assortment, is all I can really say. You had the ability to basically do...
Say what? This is the Terry Davis of MMOs, this right here. This is, you know how like Terry Davis was developing Temple OS? This is the Terry Davis of MMOs that you're looking at right here. Pay respect to this MMO. This man crawled on broken legs so that one day publishers could sprint into your wallet and steal everything you had.
And be anything. You had different professions from blacksmith to, well, prostitute. And with that, you had PvP in the sense of you could obviously fight people or make sweet love to them, with or without consent sometimes. The issue with a game like Sociolotron is that it lets you do anything. Don't get me wrong, the pixels are so pixelated that you can't really see what's going on, and it's very inoffensive, but it's the thought and mindset behind.
Hold on one sec. Cleo? Cleo? Hold on, my dog is acting weird. Give me a second. Cleo. Oh no, it's not you. Okay. It's the other one. Sorry, my dog's being weird. She's like rubbing her ass against the wall and like backing her legs up against the wall for no reason. You good? Huh? You good? Come here. Up. You okay? Huh? You wanna run around? There you go. You stop barking, I'm gonna come and get you.
Behind it. To some, it's just a game and harmless fun, but to others, they see it as a moral outrage, and probably rightly so. But then you have games like Grand Theft Auto, where you can quite literally get a prostitute, make love to her, and then shoot her afterwards so you can get your money back, which is quite frankly outrageous. I didn't even know you could do that in real life. And because of GTA, I've now saved hundreds and hundreds of pounds. No, just me. Anyway, moving on.
Hey, that's how it works. Look, did you really commit a crime if they didn't catch you? Absolutely not. Women are like, don't treat me like an object, and why can I buy you like you're one? If you think about it, prostitution has really gotten cheaper over the years. Right? I don't know what a hooker costs, but now you can get one online for $5. Man, efficiency is great in the world, huh?
Crowfall joins the long list of failed MMOs that had a successful Kickstarter campaign. With an initial goal of 800,000,
Wait, what
they
is this?
achieved this
Oh,
in
of
less
course.
than 72 hours.
Of course. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I look at these and I'm like, why the fuck do I have a job? Why the fuck do I stream? Why do I do all this shit? All I have to do is AI generate a few videos of an MMO that I'm going to make. Get a bunch of retards on Kickstarter to give me like $1 million. I'm set for life. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Then I can go back to streaming. Damn, I'm in the wrong place.
And went on to secure $1 million. It's currently the number 18 most funded Kickstarter video game in the history of Kickstarter. Development started in 2015, with the Kickstarter being funded in the same year. By 2020, the game released a beta, and by 2021, it was fully released. And somehow, 1 year later, it had closed down and shut its doors forever. Many people went on to praise the game. They enjoyed the PvP, they enjoyed the combat, but one of the problems was the actual mechanics around the game itself.
You know what? I've thought about this actually. Ashura, just on your comment there about Hawk Tour girls like scamming thousands of people. Think about how brutal of a scam that actually was, that Hawk Tour thing. Like, just off the top of my head, I've thought about this. I'm like, she was all talk. No one ever even saw her suck a dick. She just talked about sucking a dick and got famous. She didn't even follow through. How do we know that she can back up those claims? How do we know that she does actually spit on that thing? Huh? No, she just spoke about it once. What a fucking scam. Where's the video proving that she does Hawk Tour on that? Huh? Where's that video? Honestly, if it existed, that would probably make her even more famous and even more money. So maybe it's better that she didn't.
One of the features of the game was that the world was
also, MJ the DK, thanks for the resub. I don't know why you did that, but thanks for resubbing to Mental Illness.
procedurally generated, which seems all well and good until you stick over 200 plus players in a certain area where it's being procedurally generated. This caused players to experience frame drops and lag, and if there's one thing PvP players don't like, it's having more than one excuse as to why they died. The game was also badly marketed.
They love it.
A lot of the people who backed the MMO didn't even realize it released. But one of the biggest issues that the game had was just the fact that it was just too much of a Zerg fest.
I need to check now. You know what? We need to do this now. Does the website still exist? The website still exists. Someone out there somewhere is still going out of their way to pay for a monthly server fee to keep their shame online. The site still exists. It's still got a news page. There's still a community Discord. There's still a Discord. There's still a Discord. Just give me a second. This is really important. Yeah, whatever. It's just... just let me in. Give me one channel. So blah, blah, blah. Type to the Discord. Please do not ping or private message anyone under the ACE tag. Link your account. Once that is done, come back to the Discord and set yourself away. And back online. What? Well, now I have to sign in. I'm sorry. I need to do this. This is fundamentally important to me. I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but it's really important. Can we even create a new account? I don't think we can. No, okay, so there's no way to... Okay, so unfortunately, I can't create a new account and start being an autist for a good 5 seconds before they ban me. That's unfortunate. Damn it. But I cannot believe that this is still live. Imagine... Oh, you remember that fat chick you fucked in high school? You know, the one everyone told you smelled like nickels, and you still did it anyway? Imagine you made a website about fucking that fat chick. And you kept that live. And, okay, let's say she died in a car crash because, you know, she knocked the suspension off because, you know, the one side causes the car and she was trying to drive straight and it swerved and hit a tree and she died. Not in the car crash, she died of diabetes 5 months later. But imagine after that you kept the website live just to let everyone know you fucked a dead fat chick. Why? Why? Why is this still here? I would want to hide my shame. Doesn't matter, never fucked a fat chick. Well, did you play Crowfall? Because one of those two things is worse. Jesus Christ. I think that person, whoever's running the Crowfall website obviously has like a thing. Yeah, fat chicks are underrated because they bring the bar lower. They drop the bar by quite a lot. Mostly because every time they touch the bar, they can't support their weight. But, you know, I think whoever's got that website up, they love being kink shamed. Like, that's their kink, is being shamed. They enjoy it a little bit too much. Damn. Why is this website still here?
Outnumbered teams by 1 or 2, that was enough to turn the tide of battle. So what this resulted in was that the game closed down after a year. It was then bought out by another company called Monumental, who have since sat on the title and done nothing with it for a good couple of years now. So...
so someone... So the fat chick died after you fucked her. And then some other guy came along and decided he wanted to buy the body from you. How did they manage to sell this? What dark magic did they use to sell this to someone else after they fucked it up? I'm trying to think, who would be the buyer? Oh man, I've got to dig through documents. I've got to find out, like, who the fuck is Monumental and why would they buy it? Like, who runs that? Who runs Monumental?
Is it dead? I would say so. I doubt this will ever see the
Tencent,
light day
probably.
again. And now some other company has the IP. Did you know there's about 5 different Lego MMOs, and all 5
5? There's like 500 different Lego MMOs.
have been abandoned or shut down. I actually played Lego Universe the other month, thanks to the work of some dedicated fans. But there is one in particular I can't play. That is, of course, Lego minifigures, a Lego ARPG MMO.
How is it that the Lego game in this entire list looks better than everything else?
Designed by Funcom. You know, the big devs doing the Dune Awakening game. It's okay, don't panic, guys.
Hey, Dune Awakening mentioned. Guess what we're playing tomorrow? Dune, yay! We're gonna play Dune for one day before everyone's tired of the game and never wants to see it again. Woo! Dead on release.
Sure, Dune Awakening will be fine. They've come a long way since making Lego titles, okay? But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, they've gone backwards is what you mean.
Lego minifigures were shut down due to the fact it didn't make enough revenue. It seems like little kids aren't the cash cows everyone says they are. Well, not until
That's because they weren't being monetized correctly. They don't understand that there are 3 ways to monetize children, primarily, right? The first way to monetize kids is to get them to play games that emotionally manipulate them into stealing mom or dad's credit card, then getting the beating of their life after they spend $1,000 on some stupid fucking game. Way number 2 to monetize children is you take them to Asia and you put them in a sweatshop, right? Their teeny tiny little fingers make the best shoes, right? You will never get better shoes than shoes made from kids being whipped in a factory. Way number 3 to monetize a child is to take them to Disneyland, and there's that one boat that does scuba diving trips that stops by Epstein Island. I've heard that's been patched out recently. Obviously, like, it's probably somewhere else now. There's a different island, but that's the third way to monetize them.
in terms of making microtransactions.
And arguably, of those 3 ways, the first way is probably the worst. Because at least with way number 2, they're going to learn a life skill. Because children crave creating shoes in factories. And at least way number 3, as they get older, whoever bought them from you can gaslight them into believing they enjoyed it.
And paying the wages of the Funcom staff. The game lasted a year before the plug was pulled, which seems kind of harsh when their main player base must have had an average age of about 8. Mum, can I play Lego minifigures? No, sorry, hun. The plug was pulled because it didn't meet Funcom's revenue projections. And now you have to go.
I'm sorry. You can't have an Asian mom there. that Asian mom's not putting up with that shit. That Asian mom's beating the fuck out of little Timmy or little Ming Bao or whatever the fuck their name is. They're not getting this game. They're not getting anywhere near this game because they didn't get straight A's in math. Oh, you only got 100? Why not 101? Yeah, sorry, so man, you got to change that picture out. You got to find a fat Alabama white woman who neglects her children. That is the correct image there. You've just ruined my immersion.
Outside instead. The stupid thing is, though, even though I'm not 8 years old, I do think this game looks...
Also, how has my account not been banned? I'll tell you how. It's already been banned once. I did a speedrun ban. It's probably going to get banned again. But here's the real reason it's not going to get banned on Twitch, right? My account won't get banned, on Twitch at least, purely because I'm a literal fucking nobody, right? Twitch doesn't give a fuck about me. The other reason it's not going to get banned, right, is if it does get banned, all I have to do is email a Twitch staff member, telling them how much I hate Jews, right? Telling them how I believe that Jews need to be eradicated. And as we've seen, if I do that based on the largest streamers on the platform, they will unban my account, right? All I have to say is some shit like wipe Israel off the map, free Palestine, all those ones, right? Yeah, it's called the Hassan technique. It's patent pending, so it's still like free use because he hasn't like locked down the patent on it, so you can still use it for now. But once he's got the patent down, then you've got to find a different technique. Right? Like maybe you got to buy some ovens and live in Germany before World War II. But for now, you can use the Hassan technique for free.
Pretty decent. There was an in-depth class system and skill progression with a variety of Lego figures to choose from. But unfortunately, there just isn't enough savvy 8-year-olds who feel nostalgic enough about this game to try and put onto a private server. So with that, this game is well and truly dead. Guess we
That's
all
sad.
have to go play Diablo now.
Fuck no.
Congratulations, you've made it to the end of the video, and what that means is you tolerate my—
You know what the best part is? He could have switched out this background footage for New World and no one would have noticed that it's not New World. Like I saw this background footage and I immediately, my brain went, oh, that's New World. Even though I know it's not.
my voice for at least 18 minutes, and now you want to see what my final thoughts are. Well, it's simply this. I'm so thankful that a lot of games that have died have private servers so that we can still play them today. Even the janky games that
Some of them
die, I still want to play them just to see what they were all about. I didn't have that nostalgia growing up because I was too busy being cool and playing Counter-Strike and Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. But what I find—
Good choice. Good choice. I'm not sure about CSGO. But good choice. Good choice with Command & Conquer. Top tier game. What the fuck is this? You're just linking me Twitch. Why isn't it showing the clip? Every time I click on that link, it just shows me Twitch. Oh well.
quite surprising is that even the older titles, sometimes the data is lost and they can't be backwards engineered. Just like the newer titles are too technologically advanced that they can't be put onto a private server. I feel like there's a Goldilocks of MMOs out there which will forever be about, whereas some of the more older and newer ones have that potential to be lost forever. But anyway, on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video there. If you do think I missed off any MMOs that are
Yes,
well and truly
you did.
dead,
You
and
missed.
don't have private servers,
You missed
comment
one.
below. I'd like to know which ones I missed. I promise you, there's more private servers out there than you actually realize.
Now, I don't know if there's a private server for this game. And I'll tell you the list. I'll tell you why I style on New World. It's not a hatred thing. It's I'm having fun with it. There might be a private server for this game. We will see. Maybe there isn't. I don't think there is.
And hey, feel free to suggest any MMOs that are technically dead, which I should probably check out. And if you do want to check out more of my content, feel free to subscribe. And a massive thank you to my Patreon and YouTube members. Just a reminder as well, if you are a Patreon member, this video is available for you to watch ad-free on my Patreon.
Okay, this
site.
is just him.
Isn't
This
that—
is just him flexing on me, telling me that he's got people who give him money. That's fine. You know what this game is?
I'm counting on you.
Do you know what this game is? Yeah. Hellgate London. Look at that skill tree. France. No, I'm talking about a game, not reality. It's on my list. Look at it. Look at the beautiful jank. Oh, it's beautiful. I ran around this world when it was completely dead, but it was still live. I got in on the ass end of this MMO, and it still had some fun points to it. But that's also because I was a small child when I played it, and children are retarded. Oh, what a game. Look at that. Look at that UI, that interface. You want to know where Diablo stole this from? Look at that shit right there.
Rose, I have terrible news. Hercules live action was cancelled. Rose M. hug.
Ah, that's unfortunate. My wife will be very happy about that. But I'm not. I'm not very happy about that. I was really hoping to laugh at my wife endlessly, telling her that they fucked up Hercules. That's sad. Damn, rip. So, okay, I'll give you a story. I'll tell you why I style on New World the way I do, right? New World holds a very special place in my heart. A very deep, personal place on the inside of my rectum. Now, way back when, I figured I would like to focus on New World. I, being a retard, thought to myself, damn, Amazon Games. Now, keep in mind, this was before Rings of Power came out. Amazon Games has Bezos bucks. Amazon Games has infinite money. There is not a chance in hell that they fuck this up. If anyone can get this right, it's Amazon Games. And every single news story you were hearing was they were hiring the right devs. They were pilfering the best devs they could off of Blizzard, who were getting underpaid and treated like shit. Right? And so 5 years ago, I was like, damn, you know what? Let's start, you know, making videos on this. I'm sure it's going to be good. So I started digging into it. And most of the time, I made these videos for myself, right? The videos I made before this were like a playthrough of Warcraft 3, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm seeing hope here. I'm seeing hope here. I had fun. I played the beta and I had a great time. And do you know why the beta was a great time? It wasn't because of me.
Actually,
it wasn't. It was because of this guy you're hearing right here.
This whole time I was sitting there, I was like,
that's iconic.
My like hand's really shaky.
We were playing this game almost non-stop during the beta. We went out of our way to fuck with a group of Germans. We had the best PvP encounter imaginable. Let me see if I can find it.
He was right here underneath me, and I have no idea where he's gone.
So we were having a great time.
I know I run faster than him.
We were fucking. We were literally fucking up an entire company of Germans. Right, and they were getting so fucking butt mad at us. And the best part was they picked fights with us first. These dipshits right here. Then we started winning. Both me and him were just kicking the shit out of like 5 or 6 of them at a time. Then they started coming at us with higher levels. Had a great time. Now, playing the what I would consider an alpha at this point. Playing the alpha, not really an alpha, was fun. But not because of the game. The game had problems, it had bugs. But it was in a state where I was like, okay, I understand. They're still working on the game. It still needs work. It's not like in a state that's playable. And that's fine. I get it. I understand. I comprehend. But the state the game was in during the alpha / beta or whatever the fuck you want to call it was probably the best, most playable state it was in. And over the space of 2 years, 2 fucking years, nothing changed. Nothing fucking changed. It got worse, in fact. And there was one thing they needed to do to maintain a higher player base. And do you know what it was? It was really simple. It was increase the fucking server size from 2,000 players. If they just doubled it, ideally if they had 10,000 players a server, it would have been great. Because then you would have had a populated land, there would have been PvP battles out in the open, for all the bugs, all the shitty things that were happening out in the world, people would have forgiven them. But here's the problem, is you had 2,000 players in the game, and you had 7,000 players waiting in a fucking queue. And when you waited in that queue, you waited for 2 days. I remember I would log in on a Thursday and sit in queue with the game in the background for 2 days. And I would come back 2 days later and still be in queue. Then they fucked up the PvE. They fucked up the PvE because guess what mobs you had to kill out in the world? Skeletons and dogs. That's it. You had skeletons and dogs. And the occasional deer. And the deer squealed like a motherfucker in this game. Then they fucked up the PvP. Right? Now, I was a proponent for them removing stagger in the game. Right? I thought, look, the stagger system sucks because how the fuck is it that I'm in dead heavy armor and a guy in piece of shit leather armor with a hatchet keeps me stagger locked for a good fucking minute while he just chips away at my health bar? That's bullshit. Just add in the Dark Souls system where there's like a grit system where you get staggered by certain weapons above or below a certain armor class, right? They didn't do that. They just implemented like fucking retards. Then they got rid of that entirely. They took out all stagger mechanics instead of adapting the system and making it better. Then, me, everyone else, every other player of the game started suggesting, hey, here is a list of all the things you should fix. You don't need to fix all the bugs. You don't need to solve every single exploit immediately. But if you don't fix these fundamental issues, the game's going to die. Do you want to know what Amazon did instead of listening to me and I think every other gigantic streamer who said the exact same thing? You know what they said? Hey guys, let's have an event to bring players back into the broken fucking game. No, we didn't fix the game. Let's have an event so that more people can see how fucked up the game is. So that's what they did. And guess what happened? I want you to take a wild guess. I'm not even going to use this first part. I want you to take a wild guess where the events where big streamers were paid money to come play their fucking broken game that they refuse to fix. Right? Looking at this entire graph, they had 3 events. Geez, I wonder where these events occurred, guys. And you know what the best part was? Instead of reinforcing the community by giving big positions, like I'm not talking about me, fuck me, I'm a fucking literal nobody, right? The positions they should have had were for people who were dedicated and playing the game all the time. Damone Kim, Redbird, Baggins, whoever the fuck else, even if you don't like them, right? These guys were streaming this game non-stop. Those positions for those events should have gone to those guys. Do you know what they did instead? They got a bunch of fucking Tarkov streamers to come play the game for 5 days, paid. And I'm sorry, but what the fuck happens when you take people outside of the genre, push them into the genre, pay them money? What happens when money runs out? They fuck back off to their original game, which is exactly what happened. No one stuck around. And you know what the people who got paid started saying about New World? Wow, what a dog shit game. I can't believe you played that fucking trash for 5 days. I'm so glad you got the bag and got the fuck out. Guess what happened? It just collapsed all over again. Then you had people like Swole Benji. You had other game exploiters. There were like 5 different channels. There was Core Gameplay. There was there was a guy who's doing like a bunch of data on the game. And they were saying, okay, these are the worst bugs. This is how you duplicate arrows. This is how you duplicate an infinite amount of gold. Hey, if you use this very specific technique, you can have a sprinting infinite shield that like teleports you across the map. Right? And do you know what New World's response to this was? It was to fire up a bunch of bots on Reddit saying, damn, New World looks good different. They didn't address the bots. They didn't address the bugs. They didn't fix those issues. They said, damn, New World looks good different. They literally astroturfed the fucking game. You know what happens when you put astroturf on top of shit? The shit seeps through the astroturf, and then you've just got astroturfed shit. So they didn't fix the bugs. They kept on updating the visuals. They then redid an entire region of the game that didn't need redoing. They needed more land. They needed more endgame content. They needed more dungeons. They needed more systems. They needed more things for players to do aside from spend the next 700 hours chopping down fucking trees. And they refused to do that. And eventually, they kept on saying, guys, okay, fine. Okay, guys, we will fix this. We will fix this. We will fix all the bugs. We promise you we will fix all the bugs. And then do you know what they did instead? They ported the game over to fucking console and abandoned the PC community. You wonder why I'm fucking mad at this game? It's because here's the worst part. If you have a Down syndrome child, you don't expect little Billy to go to space. You don't expect him to be the next Neil Armstrong. You don't expect him to be the next Yuri Gagarin, right? You don't expect little extra chromosome Todd Man to be the guy who's going to cure cancer. New World was not that. New World had all of the potential to do something incredible and lived up to none of it. If the game was shit from the beginning, right? Like a shit foundation with non-good combat, with bad systems, then sure, fine, I understand. Everyone would have been like, well, it was shit to begin with. The premise was trashy. It was really bad. So it was never going to succeed. But New World had all the potential, all the right things happening at all the right time. And they lived up to none of that because they fucked it up with bugs. They fucked up the client server-side systems. They never fixed the exploiters. There were a bunch of bots in the games that were running around chopping down trees. It became a nightmare to even be near this game. And they fixed none of it. So yeah, I style on New World because they had all the cards in their hand to do it the right way. And then they did none of it. And they just kept hopping and dodging and dipping and ducking and diving. And here's the best part. I should have known it was fucked from the beginning. The second that I heard, do you know who the guy was in charge of New World from the beginning of this game's development? when New World was like it's beginning, when they were developing it, right? They were developing this open world PvP kind of system, full loot, and they could have dialed that back and still had a really good game because you didn't have towns and settlements. You had to build everything from scratch yourself. They scrapped that whole fucking thing because the guy in charge, the guy running the project, was a fucking book salesman. And you know what the fucking book salesman said to them? Guys, we need to take this MMO that we've been developing for 7 fucking years. It might have actually been more than 7 years. And it's all your work. Fuck that. Throw it in the trash. We're going to be making a theme park MMO. And they gave them like a year and a half to crank that shit out. And the devs did. They did their fucking best. And it wasn't good enough because you cannot do that. So they made a shitty theme park MMO when they could have had what would have happened. This is what would have happened if they stuck to their original idea. They never would have hit this peak player count, right? They never would have hit 900,000. They might have hit 200,000. But you know what would have happened? The drop-off over time would have been from 200,000 down to 50,000 and then back up to 100,000, and it would have stabilized somewhere around there. Because they had found a niche community that really liked the game, and they could start to develop and build on the game and give it the time it needed to expand out into something else. But instead, they threw that all in the fucking trash because the book salesman in charge of this shit decided, guys, WoW was a theme park MMO, so we need to do a theme park MMO. And even better than this, think about this. You're a dev, okay? Let's say you're a game dev. You've come off of Blizzard, right? Blizzard has worked you like a fucking dog. They've underpaid you. They've treated you like shit. They may have drank your titty milk in the break room fridge. They keep on abusing you because they're like, well, now you've got the name Blizzard on your CV, so you have to do everything we fucking tell you. Cool. Okay, great. So you quit Blizzard. You've now been pulled over to Amazon. Amazon's paying you more money. Instead of taking the suggestions of all those devs and all their experience and all the lifetime they've spent developing games, they instead put a fucking book salesman in charge. And you know what the book salesman said? If you want to make a single change to the game ever, I need you to write out a 3 fucking page essay as to why we need to make this change. So now imagine you're a dev who's a game dev sitting there and you're like, you know what? We could fix the stagger mechanic. We don't need to pull it out the game. What we need to do with the stagger mechanic is we need to put in like a poise system like Dark Souls where we can have like different grades of armor and different weights, and we can make sure that certain weapons that are heavier like the hammer cause stagger even if you're in heavier armor, but if you're in light armor it causes a heavier stagger because it's a slow swing weapon, so you always have time to recover and dodge and shit like that. The hatchet should have 0 stagger because it's such a light weapon, so on and so forth. You had to write out a 3 fucking page report. Now tell me, if you're a dev working your ass off on a game, do you have time to spend a week writing out a 3 page report for a fucking book salesman who has never sold a video game in his life? Probably fucking not. So it didn't matter how good the devs were. They were going to get fucked anyway by management. The management of this game fucked the devs who had the experience to fix the game. Then they started losing devs. They finally replaced the book salesman. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess where they removed the book salesman who was in charge of this entire project. Let me double check, just so I know for certain. It was, yeah. They removed the book salesman here. Then they did an event where they brought in a bunch of fucking FPS streamers, people who don't play MMORPGs, people who have little to no interest in the genre. Then the event ended. Gee, I wonder where the event ended. Then they did new fresh start servers and an event with those fresh start servers. And guess what they did again? They brought in a bunch of streamers and paid them a ton of fucking money from different genres. So yeah, you want to know why I'm fucking mad at New World? That's why. They had every opportunity under the sun to fix all these fucking mistakes. They had bugs galore. They had shitty fucking server client-side communication that they never fixed. You could literally make your character invincible by minimizing into windowed mode, and then you dodge and you click and drag the shit around the screen and your character's invincible. Imagine that in open world PvP. And instead of fixing all these bugs and making it better and solving all those problems, they put a patch over the biggest shit. And then everything else behind that, there was an actual problem, like golden item duping, fucking stacking a bunch of items in a bank somewhere. They just pretended like it wasn't happening. And if you mentioned it on the forums, you know what would happen? Is they would ban you. They did everything in their power to ban you. Let's not mention, as well, that some people, like this one girl who was playing New World, got banned for milking a cow. She milked the cow in-game and got banned for it. And that's one of many fucking things that happen. So if you're wondering why that's the player count number, everything under the sun caused this. That's why. So yeah, I can go on a fucking rant for this shit forever. And think about how much this pissed me off, right? Because I was doing these videos out of pure enjoyment. And then I got here. I got to the launch, the New World launch experience. And then it just fell the fuck apart. That's when I started doing fix or die. Then at this point I was like, we're fucked. Bro, we're fucked. This video has the worst, most dog shit audio imaginable. By the way. But all the points I made there, and by the way, I don't want to take credit for this. 2 weeks after the release of this video, the book salesman got fired. Which means it wasn't just me complaining about this. So yeah. That's why I keep on styling on New World. Because they keep on making promises and then doing nothing about it. You know what? It would have been a better idea if Amazon did the same thing they did with that other fucking game they had, that FPS game, where they unreleased the game. But do you want to know the best part about all of this? About everything I said? How much was New World? What was the price of New World? What was the price of New World? $40 US. Do you know what lesson this taught Amazon? This told them they could make $36 million and get the fuck away from it. Amazon won. This is a resounding success for Amazon games. The game's a failure from a player perspective, like mine. But from a business perspective, this is a resounding success. 36 mil. And that's not counting the new people who bought the game over here, or any of the new people who bought the game over here, or any of the other new people, the other 5 new people who bought the game over here. Because these are new players, not returning ones. So there you go. From a business perspective, New World was a bang of a success. It's the most successful game that Amazon has ever made. And it made them a fucking boatload of money. So there you go. End of the story. Go to bed. Time to take a nap. Hold on, Grandpa has to take his meds because his blood pressure's just increased a bunch. How much did it cost to develop, though? We don't know, and we will never know.
Started talking about a new world again. Bring me some meds.
Yeah, pretty much. We will never know how much it cost to develop, but we know that it was a small development team. We know that it was working out of one studio with one group of people, and I'm willing to bet that the biggest expense for that game was management, not the devs. Wouldn't be surprised if Amazon spent over 50 mil. I wouldn't be surprised either. But why I'm saying it is a resounding business success is because the lesson that Amazon learned from this game is that they don't need to make a good game. They just need to advertise the game for long enough and do a dirt cheap price, and they can make a ton of fucking money off of people immediately and then fuck off with the rewards, with the winnings. That's it. Me and Bezos in the same room. No, of course it wouldn't be. Oh, me and Bezos in the same room would definitely not be a good time. Mostly because that means I'm probably strapped to a ritual table and he's drinking my blood. I don't know why he would want diabetes, but sure. But with their reputation in the shitters, they won't be able to do the same trick again. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. Crucible. Man, Crucible was such a fuck up, no one's ever gonna trust them again. New World. Man, New World's such a fuck up, no one's gonna trust them ever again. They publish for Lost Ark. Man, Lost Ark's such a fuck up, no one's gonna trust them again. They fuck up Blue Protocol so hard it doesn't even launch. Throne and Liberty. Man, it's such a fuck up, no one's ever gonna trust them again, huh? You just wait. You just wait until that Lord of the fucking Rings game comes out. And none of this means anything. So don't make me tap the fucking sign. You know what the difference is? For MMO players, you know what the difference is between saying fuck this company and I'm gonna buy this next game? You know what the difference is? It's a fucking cinematic. That's it. No one's gonna give a shit when they crank out that dog shit Lord of the Rings game, and it's gonna. I can tell you. I'm telling you now. I already know how that game's gonna play out. I know how that game's gonna play out. It's gonna be based off of the Rings of Power, and you know what's gonna happen? Galadriel's gonna show up, and there's gonna be a Balrog, and she's gonna go by the power of my vagina, and then the game, just the Balrog's gonna fucking explode, and that's it. That's the whole game. $250 million made in 5 seconds. Amazon is a bunch of yes men and retards, but you know what they're really fucking good at is advertising. And stealing. So yeah, a bunch of people are gonna buy that fucking Lord of the Rings game, no matter what their reputation is, because they know exactly how to fucking astroturf. They know how to sell shit. They will get people to buy the most dog shit Lord of the Rings MMO, and people will do it. And you know what's gonna happen when they do? They're gonna play it for a month. They're like, oh yeah, how could this have happened? I don't understand. Amazon's got all the money in the world. Like, how could it doesn't make sense? Because that was me with New World, and that's gonna happen to some other retard. Watch. New World wasn't based off of an IP that existed. Lord of the Rings is. A new hope for MMOs, Lord of the Rings by Amazon. Yeah, watch. Watch, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's almost a guarantee that that's gonna happen. They won't have the fucking balls to put beards on dwarves. On the female dwarves particularly. They won't have the fucking balls to do that. Or they will have multiple fucking random retard races that make no sense. Right? It's gonna be... Man. You know what? You're right, Raze. Tolkien is rolling in his fucking grave. And you know what they need to do? They need to dig that motherfucker up and strap him to a turbine. Because we would have infinite energy if we did that. That motherfucker could power the planet for the next 500 years. Man. So yeah, you want to know why I'm mad? That's why. Now, before I crash out by playing Guild Wars 2,
There's only one.
I wanted to prep for Dune Awakening. That's happening tomorrow. I've got my costume ready, right? I want to set up my cameras so that you have control of them. I'm hoping that there's an in-game chat system so that when anyone subscribes on those days, that it like shits their message out into chat and makes things terrible. I'm going to be spending like the day setting it up after I'm done doing my job. So I need to know what I'm in for. Once I'm done with these videos, then I will crash out by playing Living World Season 2 Guild Wars. What's tomorrow? That's the Dune MMO. So here's the best part about the Dune MMO. This has upset me a little bit. I bought the Dune MMO version. That meant that I was going to be able to play on the 20th. That's when I got a code that allows me to play on the 15th. What, you like my shirt? I'm glad you like it, OatsTube. It's a very special shirt. Oh, that's right. I was going to tell you the story of the shirt as well. You know what? I'll save it. I will save it for after these videos. Then I'll tell you the story of this shirt. Can we do a hero point run today? Oh, no. No. I won't. I am going to do hero points and worry about maxing out my character and all of that shit once I'm through the story. I want to focus on the story and just the story. I want to play like a retard. I want to see... Yes, you can fucking hate me all you want. I'll write your name on my fucking stomach while I'm doing this. Just ask Corrugate how that went for him. I went to a swimming lesson with my daughter, and I had his name in permanent marker on my fucking stomach for the whole day. People are like, what the fuck is Corrugate? So, I am going to play through Guild Wars 2 the way a complete newbie would, like a retard. Then I will worry about optimizing my character, going for Mechanist, going for Scrapper, all of that other shit. But let me see what I've got to prepare for tomorrow. IGN, obviously, first video you have to look at, because obviously IGN is the most upstanding, amazing games journalist website and producer of video game shit ever, right? No one has ever said a bad word about IGN. I don't think a single person has ever, in their lives, ever had a bad thing to say about IGN. Wait, hold on. Why is the like to dislike almost balanced? Well, we're about to find out.
There's only one thing worse than being chased across the desert by a sandworm in Dune Awakening, and that's getting eaten by a sandworm in Dune Awakening.
Is that an AI voice? Is that just me, or does that sound like an AI voice? Imagine having all the money in the world. Imagine being the game studio, like the games journalist site that actively has gaming studios bribing you to make shit good for them, and you're saying you don't have the money to just pay for someone to do a voiceover for a fucking video. Good God. I don't believe there's a human being behind this.
Awakening. Not only does the giant phallic cretin suck you down into the bowels of Arrakis...
Have faith in the shit-eating retard. Being right. I haven't played GW2 for 13 years to not know the new player experience, time and time again. Rose MMO is no different. He will change his tune once the wild jungle has.
Maybe.
Its way with him.
Maybe I will. But also, can you tell from this frame alone why this game is going to fail? Yeah, I'll explain it to you in terms that make sense, right? So
Yeah,
this game
British
seems
AI
to be
can't
suffering
replicate British accent.
from a severe case of something that it's been like, it's a new term. It's like, you know how like before we called it COVID, we all called it Corona, and before that we all called it the Kung Flu, right? So like how language changes over time. So there's a new change, right? This is called Overwatchitis, right? So this game is suffering from Overwatchitis seriously badly, right? So this is Tracer's ass when the game launched. This is Tracer's ass now. Right? One of these two versions was more popular than the other. I want you to take a look at this frame. And you'll now understand why this game's going to fail.
Everything you're carrying, your clothes, your weapons, and especially your spice liquor. Suddenly you're respawning at your base in nothing but your underwear and are forced to do the run of
Wait,
shame across the sands.
Have I got the dates mixed up? Is it... It's the 15th of May, isn't it? Oh, well, that's fine. You know what? You know what? I've had so little sleep over the last week. It doesn't matter. And you know what? If I've got an entire month to prepare for it, that's fantastic. That's wonderful. No, don't even worry about it. That's my fucking bad. For some reason, I was so convinced it was coming out tomorrow. That's fine. We got some constipation on it. I get to prepare extra then, and I get to prepare some extra stuff. It gives me a month to work on it. Maybe we'll play Black Desert when I'm not playing Guild Wars 2, and I can start working on a video for that then.
To start rebuilding your inventory. It's easy to be skeptical about an MMO survival game set in the Duneverse, but after a few bouts of dehydration and sunstroke, the day
I will always be on EU servers whenever I have the opportunity, because NA servers, I get double the ping, right? I already have to play on like 200 ping. I go to US servers and it's like, it's 400 to 500 ping. It's unplayable. So yeah, always EU servers.
spent in Arrakis convinced me that Dune Awakening is one to watch. More than that, if the developer can deliver on its plans for the endgame, it could see an EVE Online style future for its hardcore player base. This massive project is the work of Funcom, the studio of the Conan Exiles.
play Guitar Hero. No, because that would it would require me to buy a fucking one of those guitar things. Not a chance am I doing that. Unfortunately, I might be a retard, but I'm not a gay retard, so I can't do that because I'm not musically talented. I have zero musical skill. Once upon a time when I was a kid, my mom tried to make me take piano lessons, and the piano teacher quite literally told my mom, I think he would be better suited for something more physical, like martial arts, or being a construction worker when he's older. She literally told my mom, this kid needs to be hit in the face a few fucking times because there's no goddamn way he's figuring out an instrument.
Dong slider fame, and sets you on a path from broke-ass Arrakis hobo to an influential figure harvesting spice on an industrial scale and pushing their personal agenda at the Landsrad. It's got everything you expect from an MMO. Intricate skill trees, PvP mechanics, base building and character customization, but with ornithopters and mind-altering substances.
I see it already. I see it. Do you see it? I see it already. Listen, I'm a Dune simp, so I'm still going to play this game. But I want you to take a look at what you're seeing right now. And I want you to tell me the difference. Again, what is the fucking difference?
Is thrown in.
See that? See that? Damn. It's already giving trash fall vibes. What's the new word kids have for shit like this? Aura, I think it is. This game has zero aura. Whatever the fuck that means. Fucking kids are getting back into crystals and zodiac signs now.
Kneel. Put your hand in the box.
Now, like I enjoy doing this. I will say that doing the the character customization, that was pretty fun. Jamming my hand deep inside this granny's box was great. That was
Dune
fun.
Awakening is set in a world where Lady Jessica had a sliding doors moment and chose to follow the instructions of the Bene Gesserit and have a daughter, Ariste, instead of the little twink we know and love, Paul Atreides. Cut to 29 years later, and the Harkonnens and Atreides are at war over Arrakis. The Fremen have been apparently wiped out, and alternative religions have evolved to fill the gap left by Lisan al-Gaib. The alternate timeline.
Oh, I don't have that active. I told you, things fucked up. Yeah, I'll put it in manually for you. I've gotta actually remove that redeem until I've got it working again. We'll listen to this while I go through how this IGN article, this IGN voice overview was generated. 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. Drops you into a version of a racket. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, we'll listen to that just now while I'm like starting up thing. While I'm starting up Guild Wars 2. Set in an alternate timeline inspired by Frank Herbert's legendary universe, Dune Awakening drops you into a version of Arrakis where Paul Atreides never existed.
Dune Awakening is set in a world where Lady Jessica had a sliding doors moment and chose to follow the instructions of the Bene Gesserit and have a daughter, Ariste, instead of the little twink we know and love, Paul Atreides.
It's the same script. It's the same script. It's literally a ChatGPT script.
Cut to 29 years
Holy
later,
shit.
and the Harkonnens and Atreides are at war
Holy
over Arrakis.
shit.
The Fremen have been apparently wiped out, and alternative religions have evolved to fill the gap left by Lisan al-Gaib. The alternate timeline isn't meant as a nipple twist to fans, but Funcom needed the narrative space to make the player character consequential. Obviously, we did somewhat controversial, but I think very...
Now, there's a right way and a wrong way to use AI. This right here is the wrong way to use AI.
very correct choice of creating the alternate history, which allowed us to detach a bit from what was going on in the movies and kind of focus on developing the game, he told us. It's also been very helpful in that it allows us to bring a lot of the big-name characters that people really want to interact with back into the story. So in the books, a lot of the big-name characters die off quite early. With our story, we get to keep them around, which is really cool. There are obviously things that we want to include more of in the future that were very popular in the movies. We won't have Sandworm riding at launch, for instance.
They literally took an article. They literally took an article off of ChatGPT, ran it through software like 11 Labs. Right, so okay, here, this is what I mean, right? So, sorry, this is for the video I was making. Voices.
If one has to submit, it is wasteful.
No, okay, so that was me fucking around trying to get the thing.
The years teach much, which the days never.
Is this the same one? This one's close enough.
No.
Okay, where was it? Oh, we made the script a little bit cunny. So let me just, okay. Here we go. It's just the first paragraph. We just got to test it. Okay?
Imagine Rust, but you're wearing a still suit and your hydration bar is just passive-aggressively judging you. Dune Awakening isn't here to hold your hand. It's here to bury you in sand, trauma, and probably betrayal by the one teammate you actually trusted.
It's not even different. Is that 11 Labs? Yes, I use it because I steal streamers' voices and I use it. I plan to use it in my editing. There's a correct way to use AI and there's the wrong way. I'm using it to steal streamers' voices. I have plans for it in the future. Also, it's part of my job to do all this AI shit. It's part of my job to get this right. It's literally the same thing. And yes, that's 11 Labs. I'm sure there's a better one out there somewhere by now.
But sometime in the future, we'll look at that.
This is literally...
If it still doesn't sit right,
God.
Dune purists should know that Funcom got the blessing of the Herbert estate for the project, working with it and the makers of the current movies to keep everything true to the lore. It influences everything from the skills you can learn to the crafting progression, and it's a key part of trying to ensure that Awakening stands out in an ever-growing pack. Survival games are all over Steam right now, and I've tried most of them. Drop me naked in the jungle and I'll...
No, you haven't, you fucking AI.
Happily bash rocks and branches together for hours. Abandon me penniless in a fantasy landscape and I'll be crafting swords before breakfast. Dune Awakening stands out the minute you exit character creation for one very stressful reason. Arrakis isn't exactly a tropical island or a verdant forested ecosystem. In the opening area, Haga Basin, there's no water, scarce wildlife, and a distinct lack of coconuts. Oh, and the sun is like really, really hot, and you're susceptible.
Those poor journos are now out of a job. Oh no.
You know, perhaps I've misjudged AI. Perhaps you do serve a purpose. I can't, like, for all my bitching here, right? I am noticing a marked quality increase in this AI generated voiceover in comparison to previous IGN videos I've watched. So you know how, like, I said, like, if an AI is generating music, it's never gonna match up to, like, actual musicians. But, like, the guy who's a SoundCloud rapper in his mom's fucking basement, he's the guy who should be having a panic attack. Because for him, AI is not a tool, it's a replacement. For, like, a true musician, a guy who understands things on an extremely creative level, AI is just another tool to him. So the SoundCloud rapper who used to work writing IGN articles is now fired. Because that piece of shit's been replaced by an AI who does a better job than him.
Also sunstroke, there are scavengers who want to kill you everywhere, and did I mention the sandworms? For the first few hours, my entire life hinged on dewdrops, granite, and plant fibres, and the advice of an NPC with a pet bat who babied me through covering the basics of weapons, armour, and hydration until I could make it on my own. You're not totally pathetic during this time, thanks to a selection...
Hold on, what the fuck?
Yo, it's the gayest rappers alive.
Oh, yes. Okay. I can't play that, I'll get copyright struck. But yeah.
...of abilities that you can unlock as you gain experience.
No AI is making
I
that.
I leaned into my manipulative wifey side and chose the Bene Gesserit skills, which gave me the power to compel enemies towards me and hang in front of me for a few moments before going back to trying to kill me.
Oh, fuck yeah. God, look how amazing that combat is. This is real next-gen shit, you know? every day that passes, every rotation the Earth does around the sun, every precession the Earth does around its own axis, giving us the day and night cycle, I see a new MMO doing the same shit. And the only thought that goes through my head is Jesus is such a fucking G.
Every one of these fucking games have the same fucking diamond UI.
Jesus is such a goddamn champion. Because that motherfucker witnessed all human sin race through his mind, including 30 years of the same MMO being made by a bunch of different retards. And he still died on that cross for us. I'm telling you right now, if I was on that fucking cross and I saw this shit, I'm hopping right the fuck off. I'll be like, alright, that's enough. You guys get, fuck you guys. Live with your sins. Eat shit. None of you will be redeemed. Fuck yourselves. And yes, they're all going to have the same diamond UI. It's really funny. You know, if you go back and you look at Dragon Age Inquisition, you'll see the exact same UI. Go back and look at Hogwarts Legacy, you'll see the same UI. It's like jelly beans for retards. How hyped am I for this game? Let me put it to you this way, Jester. I'm in love with the Dune franchise. I'm a Dune simp, so I'm gonna play this game. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm about as excited, based on what I'm seeing here, for this game as I would be for shoving a cactus up my ass.
Don't get me wrong, I was still very much a toddler in the eyes of Dune Awakening. One ability I unlocked was better sunstroke tolerance, but by the end of the day in Arrakis, I had slightly better weapons and had mastered a super fast dash move that got me out of some trouble.
Oh, super fast dash move.
I could only dream of the
Oh no! Give me a second. No, this isn't the Destiny skill tree. This is gonna hurt you more than the Destiny skill tree. This is gonna hurt you a little bit more than that, okay? I need you to share my suffering, so I just... Take a wild guess. Hold on, my dog's eating a rock. It never dies, does it? Where's there a rock in your house? Because my dog went downstairs, found a rock, and brought it upstairs to eat it. They're German shepherds. They do retarded shit all the time.
Combinations of ranged and melee combat combined with passive and active.
They're even using the same color scheme. Puss yellow and medicine purple.
Abilities that could be swapped in and out according to need, shown off by the developers, but the skill point acquisition felt fast enough that I'll get there without too much hanging around once I'm playing at home. You won't be tied to your first speciality choice either, so you'll be able to mix and match. The other starting classes are Trooper, Mentat, sort of recon and strategy focused, and Swordmaster.
Sort of recon and strategy focused. So basically it read a fucking... Oh my god.
Another key element we only got a taste of was the very lifeblood of the Dune lore, spice. Spice is powerful in the world of Dune Awakening in every sense of the word, but it's also not easy to amass as a lone noob in the early hours. You'll find spice liquor and food in the world, which unlocks a brief period of prescient power, though it comes with withdrawal symptoms. But later in the game, you can build transports, harvesters, and automated spice collection system to score the quantities you'll need for trade, serious crafting, all managing a raging spice addiction.
Hey look, it's the IGN journalists.
I suspect the value of spice to players versus the pain of collecting it will be something Funcom will be balancing long after the game is released. Producer Nils Ryborg also explained how the spice mechanic would work. I think spice is really cool, obviously super important in the lore, and we use it to, well, it has some story aspects that I won't get into, but it's also the fact that we can use it to improve the strength of our abilities and how well we get to interact with them. But then having the drawback of the spice addiction and needing more of it, more and more and more, a lot of the endgame systems being reliant on, hey, can you get enough spice to pay all your taxes for your huge base and have the correct political sway that you need and build whatever endgame things that you need to...
How is it that they're taking all the worst ideas from the worst places? This is the same idea that we saw in New World.
To build, I feel that it's been a very rewarding thing to pull off because we're now allowing all the iconic things that you think of from the Dune books to become natural mechanics that fit very well into the game.
Pull your head
We
off your
also explained
shoulders.
how a spice addiction might
Minecraft.
affect you. If you're constantly high up on spice, you will start seeing weird and wonky things. I think it's fun, right? Because you're empowering your abilities, but you're also potentially putting yourself in the situation
When he says weird and wonky things, what he means is the screen is going to do a little wavy thing every now and then.
where you have worse possibilities. So you're balancing that whole act of, oh, I need to do this or this, and then also knowing that you need this resource for progression in other mechanics. So you're tapping into it now for a temporary boost for this fight, but long term you need it to pay taxes, gain political sway, and so on.
This is the New World system.
Once you've learned to live Arrakis style, you can start to focus on more than just beverages. There's a simple...
They made Space Pax Day.
building system so you can start to construct your base, or sub-fief, and which you'll slowly start to fill with machines that automate.
No. I'm doing a video on BDO exactly because it's not that the game kills channels. I never said that the game kills channels. I said that the shittiest, most boring content online, according to the AIs out there, is BDO, right? Which means you've got a gigantic audience sitting there going, damn, I cannot watch another patch updates fucking video. I want to kill myself. So they will do anything in the world for anything that's a little bit different.
The basics of survival. A machine to extract water from blood.
Which also, that gives me a chance of getting viewers, because we all know my videos are dog shit anyway.
That you can harvest from enemy corpses, another to purify the ores that you find. You'll need a fabricator to create armor and weapons.
No, don't worry about it, Stormano. I might do it
later.
later.
Building blocks at the
I might
early
ask
stage
you
of
about
Dune
it later,
Awakening.
but I'm not at that point yet.
Will increase as you progress. Personally, I can't wait to build some severe mansion with Harkonnen aesthetics. You can also copy your base to move as your focus turns to new areas of Arrakis, so none of that tedious multiple base nonsense that survival players are sometimes cursed with. It's easy to picture my time spent in a loop of harvesting materials, completing...
How did they manage to take Dragon Age the Veil God, Trashfall, Pax Day, a new world, and shove it all into one piece of shit. How did they manage to do that? I'm not even mad anymore. I'm just impressed. Yeah, this is shitty Rust. That's exactly what PAX Day is. Shitty Rust.
Side quests or contracts, and taking out scavengers whenever I come across them. And I
I'm
did
gonna
come
have
across
so
them a
much
lot.
fun wanting to
There
kill
are camps
myself for
dotted
a
around
month
the
in
map,
this
and
game.
enemies will respawn there on a regular basis, so you'll always have some walking blood bags to exsanguinate when you need to. At times, the enemies in the camps felt a little cut and paste. Early on, I was passing the
Oh,
same
a
camps
little cut and paste. You don't fucking
over and
say.
over as I ran across the map, staying in shadows to avoid the heat of the sun, and dealing with them started to feel like a grind. Close to the end of the demo, the development team took pity on us and spawned orniths.
Did you fucking see that? Just watch what happens to the character again.
Grind. Close to the end of the demo, the development team took pity on us and
Did you see that? Top tier quality.
Spawned ornithopters, and it's easy to see how that issue won't reappear once you're not trudging back and forth across the map looking for a new supply of ore. You're free to wander the desert collecting twigs, but there are
All I want is one of these Dune bandits to say the word, never should have come here.
multiple story arcs or journeys that push you deeper into the world. As well as
This is
Batboy's
gonna kill me.
Arrakis 101 seminar,
This
there's
is
a
gonna fucking
Herbertian
kill
set
me.
of trials you're tasked with completing after a spy stream, and that's where things get trippy.
Arrakis is suffering.
No spoilers, but the first, the trial of a cool, involves stealthing around a cabin to avoid the notice of a giant golden glowing eye. The Witness was a welcome interlude in the cycle of harvesting materials.
I can't listen to this AI voice anymore. Let's just see the comments. I'm sorry, did the player phase through the floor in the beginning? Yes. The melee combat is looking kinda underwhelming. No way girl said broke ass Arrakis hobo. That's what's called a botted comment. This is called astroturfing. So this is a conspiracy theory I actually have about YouTube right now. Is anything that mentions anything with a marketing team behind it. The marketing team, one of their budget spends will be to go out of their way to find a bunch of AIs, right? So yeah, dead internet theory. They find a bunch of AIs that are then going to troll through YouTube looking for the most viewed videos that they can, right? And then shit out a comment into them saying how hyped and amazing something is, even if it's a pile of shit, to try and obfuscate other comments. Then they'll take a botnet, strap that to the AI so that when a comment like that is made, people will they'll get the botnet to thumbs up that fucking thing. And because they own the channel, they own the bot, and they own the AI making those comments, they will do everything in their power to not get moderated. And guess what? Guess what YouTube's not actually very good at? Is dealing with bot systems. Especially botted comments. They're really not good at it. There's a reason why for between 2018 and 2024, almost every single video that you saw on YouTube, if you scrolled into the comments, you would find a WhatsApp number and someone saying the words, "I can make you rich." Or you'd find some fucking crypto doubling scam. That occurred for 6 years. And the only reason it stopped was not because the scammers went away, it's because they got smarter than that. The criminals stopped robbing the bank and started working at it. So now the botnets that they're running are for these companies as opposed to now trying to scam people with crypto and shit. Melee combat looks very bad. I love Dune, so I'll give it a try, but I'm skeptical. Blessing of the Herbert Estate. You mean Brian Herbert, author of Butlerian Jihad. Don't know that book. I'm a Dune fan, but I am 47 years old now. That's a pretty young Dune fan. And this game has way too much things to be done to play. But my life has many more real things to be taken care of. Understandable. Have a nice day. The studio of Conan Exiles doing Slider vein. Best combat.
Passing the same camps
Best
over and over as I ran across the map, staying in shadows to avoid...
Oh, man. Man. You know, one of my best parts about, like my favorite parts about YouTube moderation is it can't pick up sarcasm. Sarcasm is a foreign concept to moderation. They can't pick it up. If white people can't handle spice, why are there so many in Dune? It's a different kind of spice, right? It's the same as, like, you know, white people have nostrils developed for snorting cocaine to try and deal with their inbuilt anxiety from being told since birth that they're evil because some white guy halfway across the world once upon a time did some bad shit. It's like an evolutionary thing. Now we're just really good at taking drugs as like a knock-on effect. Damn, I can't watch this anymore. Let's actually watch a real human being and what he has to say. I'm gonna watch one of these. Why most players will quit day one during Dune Awakening.
Most people aren't even gonna make it past day one in Dune Awakening, especially those who haven't played a lot of survival games, if they make this one mistake. Underestimating the desert is the worst thing that you can do, especially in a game where you can lose all of your loot, okay? Now I hear you, but hey man, hey. They said that it's not drop all loot. Unless, don't worry, we'll get into that here in just a second. The first thing that's gonna happen, now if you guys watched the episodes, I think it was 2 or 3, where they talked about Dune Awakening being a guided journey. You know, they didn't really want to create a system where, you know, you just kind of came into the game and, you know, just did whatever, right? Kind of involving you in the lore.
Ooh, it's a guided journey. That changes everything. What I really want in an MMO is not freedom. I want to be grabbed by the dick and told exactly where to go.
And kind of explaining to you what's going on, and then setting you off on a course after the initial setting has been set, right? So the challenge with that is a lot of players is going to get real cozy, real comfortable, right? And what's going to happen is it's going to create this illusion of safety. So I'm here to tell you that in survival games, let's use Ark as an example. When you start in the starter zone, or even when you're picking a zone to spawn in, they tell you what zones are difficult to easy, right? And then you got like these little dodos running around and you're killing them and you're feeling like a savage. You got your little pokey stick. You're like, woo, I'm the man or woman, right? Now, for those of you guys who played a lot of Ark, you guys know what I'm talking about here. And then things can change at any moment. So understanding that, you're going to start to feel that feeling of confidence, right? It's like this in every single survival game because it gives you that feeling of progression. The first thing a lot of players are going to do is they're going to forget to drink water, okay? It's a huge thing. Forget to drink water. And as
okay, I have a question. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Unfortunately, I don't know how to multi-poll yet. Right, but I'm going to put a poll in the chat. This is a very important question.
They're forgetting to drink water because they're so busy oohing and ahhing and looking how beautiful the sand dunes are. They're going to realize how much of a pain in the ass it is when you die and you got to pick up your shit, right? Because you dropped some of it. And just having to do that over and over and over again. And if this game is like most survival games, as it scales up, it gets worse, right? As you continue to level up and, you know, get more gear, better loot, so on and so forth, or have to travel longer distances for rare resources.
You got a minute.
It can get a little crazy. And what's going to happen is they're going to start building their bases. You're going to see this when you guys log into the game. Everybody's going to be building tons of buildings around the starter zone. The starter zone is about to probably look like goddamn Legoland. I'm telling you. And that's what I was trying to tell you guys to get out the starter zone. And what's going to happen is people are going to start, you know, building their little vehicles, right? Because they had said in the video that we'll be able to build our little vehicle and leave. And this is the cutoff right here. This is where people aren't going to make it. They're going to load up all their shit from their base or whatever that they built, because they're gonna be like, oh, we're about to go explore, right? We're about to go explore. We're gonna build a new base, honey. Get the kids. Let's go. And they're gonna hit this desert, and they're gonna seem to forget, because they are traveling through the desert, that there's a sandworm. Okay. And what's gonna happen is, as they're going out and exploring, they're gonna.
I don't think anyone playing. Okay, so you guys say that you think that the Dune MMO. Okay, well, there's only 3 people who voted, so it doesn't matter. But do you think the Dune MMO is going to be better crafted than Schedule 1 is? The current drug game that every single big streamer is popping off playing right now. Because that's the big streamer game right now. Personally, I think that Schedule 1 probably has better, deeper systems than Dune. That's what concerns me.
Forget to drink water. They're gonna panic. They're gonna be riding around the desert trying to look for water, trying to do something crazy to kind of figure out what they need to do, and then boom, sandworm's gonna eat that ass. I'm not.
Yeah, listen, if you're playing a Dune game, you know about the sandworm. Everyone knows about the sandworm.
No, I'm not. And it's gonna be game over. And then when they respawn, they're gonna look in their inventory and they're gonna realize just how serious losing everything is. Now, for my survival game fans out there, you guys have played a lot of survival games. You know, you're used to it, right? You're like, oh shit, just lost my loot. You know, got to back up in the base, or you know, I gotta craft some more, or whatever the case may be. But in this situation, there's going to be a lot of players that lose a ton of time, specifically the players that severely underestimate the conditions of the desert, specifically water and that damn sandworm. And this is going to be a lot of the day one.
This is more like a guide of these are the things you have to think about. This isn't really telling me anything. So you think, okay, so you think, Edward, you think that Dune is going to be better because you feel like it's going to be a much bigger game. That's a fair opinion. I suppose we'll see in a month then. This isn't really telling me anything. What's interesting me about this video is that he's also got a 50-50 like to dislike ratio. So I'm interested to see what people think. I really don't think people will be dying often when you lose your loot, but instead will die once or twice and it will suck, so they'll learn to be more careful. That's the fucking quote from Dune. The only ones dropping off are no real survivors, though. The real ones stick around through the mud and the shit, blah, blah, blah. Game is on my wish list. Quoting a famous Dune skit. We ain't shall halud. About these... Okay. Is that shall or shy? Fuck. No, that's shy halud. I'm like, why did he put an L there? That's just my shitty eyeballs. Alright, I'm not learning anything here. Nothing new and nothing of value has been gained. It looks like we're going into this fucking game as blind as the day we're born. It's just cum, shit and piss all year round. Shit, piss and cum. Sometimes piss, cum and shit. But it's all about the same. Okay, let's play some fucking Guild Wars 2. I can't stand it anymore. I'm shaking. I need to fulfill my addiction. Living World Season 2 time. I can't fucking do this anymore. I can't fucking do this anymore. I need to crash out playing Guild Wars 2 now. Des will not take care of all the systems. No, it will be worse. Okay, so you're saying the scope of Dune, because it's a bigger game, it's going to be worse off, and they're going to fuck up the systems. Okay, that makes more sense. No, I don't want to do mastery points today. I want to play like a fucking retard. I need to learn my lessons.
Before you do Season 2, you must finish Season 1 properly. I will send you a squad, invite in-game, and a Discord invite. You will need it.
What the fuck does that even mean? I'm not even sure what the fuck that means. Let's find out. Alright, fine. Fuck it, we'll finish this off. We'll do this the right way, if you're so convinced. Oh, damn it. Fuck. For a second I got excited because I saw the Crowfall thing and it showed me all the it showed me like all the channels, and then they disappeared again. Damn it! I was about to go in there and just start pinging the shit out of everyone. I don't even know if this is gonna work with my mic. My fucked up settings.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay,
hello.
as we stream, what we're doing is we're doing a strike mission, actual challenging content. It'll be similar in a way to the Battle for Lion's Arch. Same 3 enemies, but this time in a smaller arena, multiple at the same time. Potential ass fucking is ahead.
Good news!
Just need
You
some people
control
voting, so
people in
people
this
from the
strike
chat
by
need to
CCing the bosses at the worst times.
I've given a squad join command. And I should ask in guild chat as well. Doing OLC.
It's the Battle for Lion's Arch. That's what it is, right?
Yeah. It
Similar
is.
to. It's technically called Old Lion's Court, but it's tangentially related, yes.
It's just for
squad
10
join.
people.
Okay.
We need 10 people total, and one of them needs to be a quickness source for you and me, for our subgroup.
Oh god, it's
preferably quickness healer, but quickness DPS is fine too.
Why the fuck do you have 300 fucking gold, dude? Wow.
Because people keep
Is there any
sending
reason
me
for me to
shit.
bring Aegis?
Oh fuck! I never sorted this out. Oh, I never
This is
sorted
nice,
out my
but not
inventory.
required.
Please don't use the legendary, please.
But I
I'm
can
not
maintain
touching my
25
inventory.
might with
Legendary for oh no. Okay, I'm leaving
without
this
it.
in here because
Yes,
I will fuck
that's
this
the
up.
best
I'm
way to
leaving it there.
Leave it there.
I know I will
That's the
fuck that
best
up. I'm not gonna touch that. That's for
I
later.
mean, you already did it, so.
I will still find a way to fuck it up.
You can delete the mail, so it's fine. It's secure.
Oh fuck, we gotta invite Meepsy. Meepsy's gotta join. Meepsy's insane. Also, she's completely innocent. Completely innocent.
I don't want any trouble.
I don't know what that means. Wait, you don't need to do Lion's Arch properly according to someone else's requirements.
You don't have to, but you gotta do it. You gotta experience some
I'll
challenging
experience
content.
it. Sure. Look, I got time. It's not Guild Wednesday too.
PC is I think
Strike
the
mission
most.
training, OLC, Discord, and I was gonna say Discord. One
Quick visit.
quickness. One quickness.
Okay, so wait, is this the same strike mission as before?
Yeah.
That's the
yes.
point, but it's similar. There's gonna be
It
the
has
same
the
set
same
of enemies,
bosses.
but we're fighting all of them at the same time, or in sequence. That's gonna be amazing. But I'll give you a rundown of it in a moment.
Yeah, you gotta give me a rundown. Quick rundown, because I have no fucking idea.
I'm here. I've got 5 people. We need 4 more DPS and 1 quickness source. I have all characters drop the seats.
Oh, I missed that. Oh, I missed that
It's
mount.
absolutely.
I know it's the first mount, but I still like the Raptor.
Super, did you announce it in chat, in Twitch chat? The
Well,
execution?
I did, but let's do it again.
If anyone from you wants to join, just type execute join Toffee or. How the fuck is your fucking in-game name?
I got an ad ping on Discord. Dirty casual. Yes, please. Slash.
Not now.
This better contain Scarlet's panties.
Fuck. Mepsi.
Yeah, Dirty Casual's got 2 minutes. Here. Good.
Oh god. I love it when she hits me with her stank like that.
I can't do this
Swap
You know what?
Tank is no one's. No. You stay. It's tank. But remember, you heal in too, so you stay tank. Exactly.
Yeah. Alright.
Keep it tight.
Yeah,
I mean,
one
we
bank
can
tab.
ask
I'm not
Mepsi
giving them fucking money, Sasha.
All prices
Fuck
are
'em.
You'll get.
non-negotiable.
I'm sure streamer privileges will get you that.
Probably.
Time.
I refuse to give them extra money.
Why Mepsi don't kite the boomerang?
There's nothing like getting a whiff of Scarlet for one last time, Sarah. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course it's gonna knock you backwards. She's crazy. Have you ever dated a crazy girl, Syra? They don't wash.
Oh, little stinkers.
And neither
Smell
do
like
I.
fish. But they'll do handstands on your dick. They'll do some freak shit. Okay? My ex was a fucking psycho. She ruined my life. But let me tell you, I'm sure one of the 8 dudes she was fucking behind my back was having a great time.
Just need to get these.
Yeah, we were.
We got exploring for gift. Casual Andrew.
It's pretty crazy how like far we got with it too.
Maybe I'll do some exploration while I'm waiting.
Yeah. Finish the map or something. I don't know. You need.
So you will explain roles in
I
mechanics?
will explain, but I want to just get all the other people in.
I've not gone here at all. Jesus.
That's part of fire. I mean, the Calcatoric line, that's part of fire.
How have I not got the Ashford Plains? That's terrible. We're doing a strike mission, Snowy. They want to take me through the same thing I've been through again. They want to make sure that the trauma is permanent.
Yeah,
Correct.
the better version. Okay, looks like we have the Q heal, so that means we're just gonna change this to DPS. There we go. OLC, Discord, QD. Wait, did I say? Why did I say QDPS? What the fuck? DPS. Fix that. Thank you. We have the boons. Now we just gotta fill with four idiots that don't know how to press buttons. I don't know. Good. This is PM, right? Leapsy. Leapsy's trolling us hard.
Life is discovery.
I love it. What are you doing? Just go join. Super tricks. DPS is fine. Come. Let me CM those titties. Yeah.
You! Get down there and stop those separatists from destroying the submarine, now!
Keep them off the sub. Just finished the latest wells.
Oh, look, a dynamic event. I suppose they're gonna fail that. Fuck that. I'm exploring. Here's it's so yeah. Hold on, I'm just gonna mute myself here because I'm gonna be yapping like a fucking maniac.
Go for it.
Here's one of my problems, right?
Grayish one is in. Fantastic.
With if you look at
7.
if you look at
fact.
MMORPGs
Force whatever you want to
that are
take,
coming out
on
and that
Rose's
are
stream right
brand
now.
new,
How?
no new MMORPG.
You have to enter and then type the message. It'll appear on the screen. They don't censor it. I've tested it.
He's loud. Okay. One of the problems with MMORPGs,
God damn, I sound like a fucking dweeb.
right, is if you look at MMORPGs, none of them are going to ever live up to something like Guild Wars 2 or WoW or even fucking ESO or whatever the fuck. Because they will never have the time or capacity or money to build a world this big that's going to compete. The only people capable of doing that are going to be the people who've already done it. Right? So as Guild Wars 2 expands, as everything expands outwards, they can't keep up with a game like Guild Wars 2. Because everyone plays it for a little bit, and they're like, yeah, okay, it was fun for a month, but now I've done all the content. And then everyone vanishes and they go back to, like, Guild Wars 2, or they go to fucking whatever game is their baseline game that they've been playing for the last 7 years of their life. And they will never catch up. And they will never have the funding to catch up. So paradoxically, the successful MMOs will always kind of be successful. Until they fuck it up and they go free to play, or they add a WoW token or whatever the fuck else.
I will leave you as just... Oh, it's dirty.
AI-driven content, endless.
Okay,
Well,
dirty,
okay,
it's
I'll give you this.
Mentally unstable.
Valvestar, I will give you this.
I'm back.
Most modern game devs are so retarded and so socially driven by whatever political opinion they have,
more than 20 minutes to do it.
that they're too busy trying to teach you a lesson instead of building something.
have more than that.
So there's actually a pretty decent chance that AI does a better job than them.
That fucking timing, dude. Okay, we're full.
Before the
wake
strike
up roast
starts,
or
would
something?
you consider changing the Windows settings back to where the WoW banner above your head is gone?
Oh, wait, hold on. Fuck.
Oh, we're
Sorry,
10.
my
I will
bad.
inform him in just a second.
My bad. What was that? I heard you said something. You were saying something about it didn't happen, but if it did, you wish it did happen to them? All 6 million? I missed the rest of that conversation you were
Yeah, if
you
there
were
was
having.
a admin joke or something, I don't know. Hello, selling shoes. You are tanking green muffin. Yes, correct. We sorted this already. Hello, selling shoes. This is the clown show. Welcome to the clown show at 2 a.m.
Hey, Rose, come to lane search.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute.
Wait, are you the guy that Super was jerking off to earlier? He was like saying he wanted to bust a fat nut to you.
No, I don't. Okay, whatever. Sure, we'll go with it. At this point, I think we have all the people that are gonna join Discord. I don't think Meepsy is gonna make it, and I don't know. There's a few other people. Some people are listening through the stream. Okay, that works too, even if it's a bit delayed. Cool. Let's get the show on the road and make things happen. So first things first, I'm gonna enter, and people are gonna get the pop-up. Just click and join in Lions Arch. Rose, Lions Arch, you'll get the pop-up. Enter. Easy peasy. And then I'll give a quick rundown on the actual mechanics, the important stuff. I'll try to keep it short. That's fine, Meepsy. Just do your DPS thingy.
Oh, my bad. Bust a fat shit. Not okay. Yeah, yeah, that's my bad.
We go in there. Okay. Fantastic.
Old Lion's Court. Okay, there we go.
Do I have food? I know I have food. 1 second. No, do not activate challenge mode. No. 1 second. I will be right back. I want to just put food in the bank and grab that.
Well,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You said activate challenge mode, right?
No, fuck no. I mean, if you want to see it.
I mean, we can make this 20 minutes or fucking 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
20 minutes or 2 weeks. How long do you want to be here?
I mean, I'll just leave. Then it's a you problem.
Exactly. Okay, so I've got some food here for people. We got that, and we got some peppercorn steak. I've only got 2 foods. I'm not bringing the third. Fuck it. It's not worth it. So I'm just fetching food for everyone so they can use, and then let me give the explanation so long. I think people inside and can see. We're going to be fighting all 3 of the Watch Knights in sequence. So it's going to be red, then green, then blue in sequence. Each of the bosses have got a important attack to pay attention to, as well as their one-shot skill attack, as well as another attack that causes red puddles. So
wait, the thrill of challenge calls to you.
3 things of relevance for each boss. However, you won't have to necessarily pay attention to each one. Some of them is like just the tank needs to pay attention or such. Yeah, how do you grab oh yeah, and that's important too. Tanking is based on the closest person when that boss spawns on the arena, basically, or when he becomes vulnerable to attack at the very beginning. So if you are not designated the tank, Don't stand right underneath the boss. Give it just a little bit of room. Let the tanks handle it. As far as the tanks go, it's going to be me.
Look at these fucking people.
Blue.
Look at these fucking dudes.
What's his face?
Going
I'm getting the
balls
names
deep
mixed up
into
here.
these
Muffin
strats.
is taking green, and Keki is taking red.
Hold on, I
Okay?
should
So that's that
act
one.
like a proper
Now, quick
DPS
heads
right
up
now.
on how the boss
Sorry.
We fight red. Red has got a one-shot ring. Do not. Okay, so Rose, remember?
I don't know if they're
the
saying
whole
something.
CC bar that we learnt about.
That's your average DPS.
You can unmute in stream in Discord, by the way, if you want
Oh.
to. So I can't hear you.
What?
Yeah, you remember the whole CC bar thing where you see the blue bar and you use all your crowd control skills?
Yeah.
So this fight, don't do that. Okay. This is the one fight where we don't do that in the entire fucking game.
Wait, why would you not do that?
Because what it does is it flips the boss's lethal zone to the non-lethal zone and the non-lethal zone to the lethal zone. So it just confuses the fuck out of people, basically. It makes all
The same
punches
thing in
like,
the
fail.
open world one.
It is the same as
I
the
mean-
open world once, but the difference here is if you get hit by the attack, you're dead. We can't revive you. You just lay there on the ground until we all wipe or we all kill the boss, one or the other. So I'd prefer you don't do that. Okay. So first part is Red Boy. We don't CC him. The tank will take him and put
Hey,
him at the
that's
edge of the
me.
arena. He will occasionally do a gong noise on the ground.
Come and get the
which
camera.
puts a red circle down. KK, quiet. They'll do red circle on the ground. Do not stand in the red circle. It fucking hurts. And then his other attack is the thin red circle and the white sections of the arena. Stand in the white sections. The same in and out mechanic as Battle for Lines Arch. Then we do the green boy. The green one has got a boomerang that he throws out to the furthest away person. I haven't got anyone designated to kiting. Snowy, would you like to try kiting? I don't know. Are you a rifle mechanist by any chance, or are you running other stuff? Disabled autocasting from CC from mech. Oh, thank you. That's good. That's very useful. Yeah, rifle mech. Okay, can you be like the green kiter or attempt to be the green kiter? So you just stand as the furthest away person from the green. You don't have to run off to Narnia. Just further away from green than everyone else. And your job is just green boomerang. Well, like green tether will hit you. You just move to the edge of the arena. The boomerang comes out and hits you. Drops a red puddle. You come back to group. That's it. Every now and then when green's on the arena. Easy peasy. The other attack that green does is he tries to suck everyone in. Everyone runs away, so you don't take maximum damage. Try to stick together when you're running away. Blue guy's puddle mechanic is interesting. I'll explain that in a moment. He also does the blow away attack. You just run towards him. That's easy to avoid. Blue's red puddle mechanic is special. What it does is there's 3 red circles that people get. You just spread out so that your red circles are not overlapping with other red circles. You can stand in a red circle even if you don't have the AoE. But if you stand in 2, you'll go downstate. After it detonates, one of those 3 persons will get a blue tether attached to them, like there'll be a beacon on the ground that's blue with like a clock, and then a blue line connecting you to.
You know, he says he doesn't want to become just a GW2 channel, yet he always comes back to it. Curious.
Whatever, with the Jeremy Clarkson thing. Anyways, so with that blue tether, what you do is you run to the edge of the arena, it'll drop the red puddle, and it will teleport you back to where the beacon was immediately afterwards. So that's why I don't want you to run out to Narnia with the blue, with the beacon, or with the red AoEs, because otherwise your beacon will teleport you very far away, potentially into lethal zones. Outside of the main parts of the fight, there are some puzzle phases as well, Rose. In the puzzle phases, we will break the Defiance bar. We will break green on the first one, red on the second, and blue on the last one. That's it. Simple as that. Okay. Explanation's done. I am now gonna drop food for everyone, and then we get started. Heal food.
Oh, that's right.
And
I nearly forgot, Vox.
okay, grab your peppercorn crusted sous vide steak. Steak for the big boys. Everyone grab steak. Except for the healers. Healers can grab mint salad because they're, morphies.
Super streaming, the chat's going wild, watching a bald man.
You're ready, check, and then we're gonna go in and we do this crap. Also, blind, chill, and confusion counter CC. Confusion does not, blind and chill does, but it's pretty minor. A little bit of blind or chill is not the end of the world. Should be fine. As long as people don't use hard CCs. Okay. Squad is ready, let's go in and let's fucking do this thing. Let's see how horrible this goes. It's gonna be low DPS, but that's fine. I'll make call-outs. Let's do the wipe. The wipe and I'm going to sleep. No. We are gonna one-shot this fucking boss. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit hopeful here. This is 2 AM, and I have not had sleep in 48 hours. Okay, get your butts onto me, except for Keke, you go right underneath the boss, everyone else stand on me, let's buff up this. Don't CC the boss, please. Oh, Rose, most important thing, stay with Stay inside, stay with
Sorry, I can't hear you over the song that Vox redeemed earlier.
Oh, you need to finally get the song about me. Okay. There's red circle, get out of that red circle. Out. Red circle. Okay, phase them, cool. There's green one. Muffin, you go close to the boss, like really close to him. Everyone else will stand over here. Not in the neutral zone, obviously. Everyone else stand over me. Snowy, you can stay close. We're gonna kite into the edge of the arena after a moment. And then you can just run like I'll give you an arrow mark. Go there and Muffin go circle. Sort of thing. Or you go to arrow and he goes to circle. It doesn't really matter as long as it's one person. Whoever's got the there we go. Drop it over there. Perfect. Straight from perfect placement. Thank you. It's only every second we'll go and check. So it's not cool. First next phase done. Now we've got the blue boy just stand in the back. Mind your CCs. Deepsy here. Deepsy here, please. Deepsy always scares the crap out of me. I didn't actually grab aggro here, but it doesn't matter. Stay close. Mr. Tricky, get charged. Closer, please.
It really seems like the same kind of...
It sounds similar, but okay. Mr. Samuel, move out further, and there we go. Okay. Puzzle phase. It comes with the green boy. CC the green boy, please. Right here, but on command attack. On command attack, guys. There we go. And now we go stand by the red, and we have a safe zone. White safe. Now we repeat this again. Now we fight red, green, blue again. But next one in the sequence can pop on the arena and do their big AoE attack. So, KK, come closer.
You bet your ass I am, Cyro. You bet your ass I'm doing that.
Okay, blast K, stand outer ring or inner ring, depending on where your white zone is.
Dodge this!
There we go. Drag into the edge of the arena there. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, good. Blast. We got a good percentage. Okay, this is fine. This is safe. Snow, you can stay close. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, move out of this red circle. Move out now. Move out. Good. One or two shockwaves. It's fine. We'll kill that. No biggie.
The compound is swollen.
Mine's gonna use oil. Where's my fucking oil at? The 3 oils left in this character. I need to spend money.
You have oil, I'm invading.
Yeah, sorry, it's bound for making skills. It's for running. You know, my body. It's moving. So I can enter you easier. So I can enter you easier, you know. Okay, green, muffin, yeah, same thing. Just stand a little bit back so you don't get hit by that, but make sure you're close, center. Yeah. Links, you got it accidentally, so just drag the green guy to the edge. Just drag him to like, actually go take him to like arrow. Meepsy's down, let me get her up quick. Okay, cool.
Someone else died before me. What the
That's
fuck?
Fine, Meepsy's, what's her name? She's a little bit ditzy, but she's good. She's a fun character. I was going to send you a mail.
She's autistic?
I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
Amazing I am.
Autistic?
Revive her quick, and let's move over to the safe zone. Let's get to the other side of the arena. Run. Super speed, swiftness if you can. Run. Move it. Try to keep. I was gonna say try to keep that boomerang away from the middle, but yes, it's over there now. We'll deal with it. Most importantly, trying to place the boomerangs in the correct spots. Okay, Michi died. See?
Damn, it's 2 deaths.
One actual death.
Everywhere.
Oop.
Okay, we're fine.
Fuck, I don't have my hotkeys on my mouse. Oh shit, my screen turned green.
Yeah, so if you got a boomerang, move to the edge of the arena. Like always stand close to the edge of the arena for this purpose. Okay.
Okay, always be edging. Understood.
Always be edging in this arena. In this thing, we'll be prepared to do it. Okay, we're focusing. We're not worried about red. We're worried about blue. Only worry about blue. Stand here, me guys. Get in here. Get in this. If you get hit by the red area, you're fucking dead. Okay, get ready to move out. One of you will run out further, Mr. Snappy Boy. Mr. Samuel. Samuel. Wait, no, you're not over there. Okay, that's
I wield great wisdom.
Fade.
Yeah, this isn't too bad.
We haven't got to the actual start of the fight yet. The next phase is where it gets actually challenging. We're gonna fight 2 at the same time, while the third one can pop up and blast with big areas like this. And it's a different pattern. But you don't stand. Try to avoid standing in the dark red areas. Oh, someone dropped a puddle right fucking on top of the boss. Fantastic. Okay, don't stand in the red. Tickle 3% more with range. This is where rifles actually use for, yes. 1% go. Okay, cool. Face it. Thank fucking God for that. Okay. Screen is red next. Okay.
Yeah,
so
it is red.
Red boy, yeah, we see.
Red.
Yeah, okay, cool. Now we stand behind the blue one in the white zone. Easy peasy. Puzzle. Okay, both red and blue tanks. Red and green tanks be prepared. First and second spot.
Damn, that's a long charge up.
Yeah, they give you a good amount of time for it at least. Okay, first and second. Okay, everyone who's wanting to do damage, stay close to the first one, but not on top of it. Yeah. Okay, focus on red boy. Blast red. Ignore green entirely. Green, just kite him away from the. Who the fuck got the green?
I was on it.
Okay, whoever's got green, just pull green the fuck away from red. But stand in a safe zone. So green, go over to the arrow. Red, take him over to circle over here. It's like in this corner. Yeah, or a little bit. Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay, that was dumb. That was fucking dumb.
Keep blasting in and out circle as well. Make sure you blast in there.
I lost it longer than I expected. That's what I tell my wife every night.
A little bit more, like up here to circle. Just further in. So he's just so he gets out of the way from the fucking thing there.
Somehow.
Move green further away as well, because they got that orange tether. You do not want that.
I wasn't the first to die. That's all that matters.
Oh,
this person right here died before me.
Keep coming back here into this little corner. We're still good. We've got 3% more on the vermilion to do. 2% more, 1% more. Okay, good. Okay, that's.
All that matters is I didn't die first, so it's not my fault. This is the point where the DPS starts blaming everyone else.
Yeah, now we got this one. We got prototype arsonist, arsonite. I don't wanna.
This is the best part. So this is the point in WoW, right, where when you're dead and you're on the floor, you start typing like a fucking animal, and you start like making excuses about how it's everyone else's fault.
No, you start casting the encounter when you die.
This is the part where you move back in. If you got the green, you just come back in a bit, and just keep it on the edge, and then you'll move out once this attack has gone off. Careful that you don't see the red boy accidentally.
How did I die? I pressed my 5, and I rifle jumped into the damage. That's how I died.
We're doing really well. We've got the triple healers.
I died like a dumbass. That's how I died.
And puddles are well
I didn't even get
placed
the
to keep
chance to
puddles away from the
CC
middle. Most important.
at the wrong time and fuck everyone else's day up.
8%. 6.
That's the worst
5,
part.
4. 1. Okay, cool. Now we're going to Blue Boy. Get towards the middle ASAP. See if I can revive anyone who goes downstate. No, we're good. Fucking fantastic healing, by the way. Red boy, this is the red boy thing.
Death
It might
pirate.
tell onto me. No, he hasn't tell onto me.
And this is why I'm going to play Rifle Mechanist. So I can one
Yeah, I'm
button
gonna move
shit.
that. Back in again. I'll try to keep you topped up, Guardian. There we go.
Man.
Fantastic. Look at this shit. This
What
is
an
gonna be a first
intense
try.
fight.
I'm telling you.
If I have anything to say about it.
Now you're gonna troll us at the end and give us a fucking CC on the bosses.
I have enough CC for it.
Yeah.
If you want to be a
Okay,
nuisance,
cool. We got past the hard part.
Dragon Hunter or Wallbender.
It is now blue.
Right
we're
now I'm
gonna
locked
CC.
in on
So tank
Engineer.
10. Okay, blue boy.
I'll figure out how to be a nuisance later.
Bust him up.
This is why I
Fat
wanted to
nuts.
focus on story,
Side
right?
side of red. Okay, all three bosses now, all three tanks activate and kill red ASAP.
Look at my beautiful corpse. I died beautifully.
We
Unlike
end up
this
being
Auschwitz
closer, but also
victim
there
next
was
to
some
me.
weird buggy shit happening there. Okay, first one is Tough Key. Muffin, you're the second one over there. Okay, it looks like I'll take this one. It's fine. Okay,
Do you
go
think,
for
like-
go for red. Go for red. Kill red. Everyone blast the fuck out of red.
Do you think when they were like putting most of the Asura in the oven,
Few percent here and there. Once red is dead, you win.
they like had to fight
Basically.
mini bosses?
You should win. 2 more percent, 3 more.
Or do you think it was more like
Okay.
they just told them it
now,
was a new
he
invention
does
and they
suck
all couldn't help
first.
themselves?
Just keep those tethers away from the blue guy, and we're good to go. Green we can move, blue we can't move. Blast green. Look at this fucking shit. This is easy. Easy content.
Just so you're aware, when you die, always blame the Asuran on your team. That's
And
the problem.
back on
Is this
blue.
this is
Spanish
looking
blue
like
now.
a fucking African
With black
refugee
shots.
camp with a bunch of malnourished children. They're all fucking Asura in here.
Anyone struggling with healing? No.
No, look at that. The Guardian nearly died. That's the lowest health I've ever seen on a Guardian ever.
Rose.
Yes. Man, that was an intense fight.
You got to miss the hard part, but was that not fun?
That was interesting. I'll give it that. That was interesting.
Now consider,
Might and
normally
glory.
you run with 2 healers, not 3. We did run 3 to make it a bit easier. You get to see the mechanics. We're not making CM, I think. No, we're not. So there is a harder version of the fight. Would you like to activate it and just see how things change a little bit?
I mean, I was watching from the floor, so not much is going to change the second time around.
We're gonna just activate. I don't know. Are we able
Also,
to
thanks for
activate
the
here and
follow,
does it
clown.
respawn them, or do we have to like leave and rejoin?
Good question.
Good question. We're gonna find out. Oh, you have to rejoin. Okay. Click to leave instance. Everyone, click to leave instance. We're gonna come back in, reactivate on challenge mode, and just show him how much more anal it's gonna be.
It's fine. I'll be
I
dead.
love anal.
I'll be on the floor, so it won't matter.
That's the way I like you. On the floor.
Loading screens. The pain of my existence. He's still running unequipped stats on a fucking item.
Yep.
Fucking Lion's Mantle. Okay, what else? I'm sure you got something else in there that's.
Wonder what piece of gear it is actually that I've got unequipped stats on.
Lucky, are you leaving? Why are you leaving us? No, come back, Tufky. Okay, he's not coming back. It's fine. We're just gonna do it, 9 man, just to show.
See, someone got the fuck out.
Sisters, yeah, okay. He has a reason. He's got a sister to bang.
Wait, hang on, no. I claim that. Fuck.
Okay, good enough. We can go in 8. Agony schmagony. No, not exactly. But
What's your relic? I need to check. I don't really care
first
about
things
any of
first,
that.
you start with a puzzle phase.
Here we go.
Wait. It's this one. It's this one. Yeah, guys. CC this fucker. And all of you CC this thing hard. I
can't remember what my 8
key
key
go
is.
to the red semicircle.
Safe from harm.
Oh look.
That's me done.
Yes. Right. Same red mechanic.
Done.
Yeah, the zones are indeed invisible.
Fucking instantly.
And check out the timer as well. You got a 13-minute timer, or 12.5-minute timer. Without it, why the fuck he target someone? Yeah.
What's funny is I expect to die, right? I 100% expect to die. What the fuck are these two doing?
And we're
down?
already on the second phase.
What
Okay,
are
look
they
at these
doing
red
dead?
Circles. Look how fucking big these red circles are, and look how quickly they murder you.
I can't remember which
Just
key
standing,
on
just
my
standing.
mouse
I'll show you.
is my 8 button. And if I can just remember which one it is, I'm good to go.
Okay, we've got 4 dead people already. Okay, I'm gonna call it GG, yeah. This was just for funsies, just to show people. Oh yes, every shockwave he gives off gives him permanent 5% damage buff for the rest of the fight.
Oh, that's why I'm running my editing fucking settings.
That doesn't matter if he doesn't do damage.
Okay. I'm exiting the instance. Those who want to leave squad can leave squad. Thank you very much for joining Snowy and Selling Shoes and whoever the fuck else joined. Dirty Casual. You may continue with your season 2, Rose.
Alright. That was pretty interesting.
We do
Thanks
this
for showing
weekly.
me that. I just need a strike mission where the mission is to, you know, fuck Scarlet. That's all I need.
You also completed a weekly event as well, by the way. So,
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's the same ones as me, but if you're PvE only, it'll be there on the list.
Alright, there we go. I'm gonna duck out the Discord now so I can focus on the story.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the help.
Bye.
Bye. Now that was interesting. So, what I'm noticing primarily about Guild Wars 2 is that the raids themselves are pretty fast, right? They're pretty swift in behavior. Oh, fuck off. Okay, finally, I get to play Living World Season 2. This is the thing I've been wanting to do for a while. I'm gonna be heavily comparing Living World Season 2 to Living World Season 1, and then also comparing both to the leveling experience. Living World Season 1 outperforms the leveling experience by a vast quantity when it comes to story. So I'm very interested to see if that follows through to Living World Season 2, or whether they rehired the people who did all the characters for 1 to 80 and fucked things up for everyone. That's what matters most to me right now. I don't care about any of this other shit. All that matters to me is story. Playing this like a fucking completely new player who's like, okay, well, now that I've got to level 80, let's go through the story sequentially. Let's find out what happens now. Where the fuck's this thing taking me? Yeah, god damn it. Middle of buttfuck nowhere. Alright. We go this way. What did I gather from the strike mission story-wise? They make you fight robo bitches because they're trying to warn you about the future. They're trying to tell you that everyone's gonna have a robo wife in the future. That the human race is evolving. First we had women. Now in the modern age, we're like halfway through Robo-Wife because we're like, you know, now we've got women with dicks. The next evolution is going to be Robo-Woman. And then eventually, hopefully, humanity evolves to the point where we figure out how to have women who don't know how to, like, who can't speak.
I fought for years.
And that's when we start entering, like, you know, the new technological age that takes us into space. Because we're hearing 90% less nagging. So mechanized dolls. No. No, you misunderstand. You see, you're thinking about it from the perspective of someone logical. Fitna. That's not how it's gonna work. We live in idiocracy. What we're gonna do is, instead of building Robo-Woman, because then women are gonna complain about objectification, is we're gonna insert the robots into women instead. It makes a lot more sense that way, you see, because then women aren't objects, objects are women, right? They're gonna have them robo-vaginas that jerk you off. Instead of lasting 3 seconds, you'll last 2. It's all about efficiency. See, the future is going to be a wild place, because once Elon Musk puts all those, like, those robo chips in our brains and shit, what's going to happen is he's going to turn on that dial that lets him get every woman pregnant just by being near them. Because he's obviously got that kind of fetish. Like, have you not seen Elon Musk? He just dumps cum in women and runs. Like, he's literally the most African man on the planet. If you ever wanted to know if Elon Musk was an African American, he keeps on having kids and not being their dad. It's in his genetics. Eventually, what'll happen is he'll get to the point where he'll do like a reverse Michael Jackson. And his name won't be Elon, it'll be Elondrian. Elondrius, sorry. Elondrius Daquan Musk. And it's at that moment in time that he'll have like a stack of child support letters that he'll just never pay attention to at all.
Have no problems.
Swift and steady. Turrets raised. Safe from harm.
Women are objects, so men and cats, and so are men and cats and dogs. So here's my favorite thing about saying that, about saying women are objects, right? Is I don't think anyone except a fucking crazy person will hear a joke like that and take it personally, right? It's like, have you ever seen like, there's like women who make the joke, like every dude they talk to who like does a little bit of banter, they'll call them an incel. And most guys will just laugh that off because it's funny. But you'll always be able to tell who the fucking crazy person is, because instead of seeing it as a joke, they'll just fucking immediately go off on someone about it. I don't know if anyone remembers the story of the, that like 5'1" guy in a McDonald's who just started like screeching about how it's everyone else's fault that no one wanted to date him. And I mean, there are midgets with wives. So he got no excuse. If Chris Chan can get laid and have a child after everything he's done, no one on this planet has any excuse. Elon is just someone with too much money. Granted that, that's most public figures from politicians to celebrities. Yeah, isn't it wild that when it comes to celebrity status, the same guy who's building rockets and shit can be put in the same category as the girl who talked about sucking dick and got famous. And didn't even suck a dick, she just talked about it. Tristan
You also forget me, I've gotten laid and I'm a toilet furry.
No comment.
Tonight, I'll
Not
take
sure
your
what the
watch
fuck
so
to
you
say
can get
about
some
that.
extra
Okay,
sleep.
so
Listen here, mother hen. You can stop fussing. I'm fine.
oh, it's the lesbians.
My ribs barely hurt anymore.
You ready? Let's join the others, shall we?
Every time. Every single time.
All the way out here.
How about we ask? Oh, look, there's the others.
We'll
Without
wait here
fail.
for them, then go in. How's your leg, Bram?
Barely a peep from it.
Shut the fuck
I got
up,
through
Bram.
those vines just fine.
You worry about it too
Someone
much.
needs to make a mod for Guild Wars 2 that
never said
removes
it wasn't.
all of Braham's
You
voice
got it.
lines.
What?
Nothing.
I want to talk to that Seraph and find out what's going on.
Shut up,
around
bitch.
here.
I'm trying to... Okay. Every single time I see this character, without fail, the memory of how we told that guy how Asian girls have, like, sideways vaginas instead of vertical ones comes to mind. Every single time. She looks so much like that Asian girl that guy dated. What do you got to say with me? Say for me? We've been waiting for you. There's a group of Seraph. Don't fucking run away from me.
Hey,
It looks
come
like
on
they're
over
having
here.
some trouble. Others are on their way too. Do you know Marjorie is technically not wearing any clothes? Yes, I've heard that about 500 times now, Fitna. That she's a mesmer and she's just like illusioning clothes on herself. Which is such a waste. It's such a waste of magical power. She should be more efficient. Just be naked. If I can't touch, at least let me look. Ugh. Ugh. I don't care. I don't care about the opinions of a Nasura. Okay. What do we got here? Rocks. There's some crazy stuff going on out here. Makes me really feel the distance between us and the Citadel. Cool. Okay. Oh, we've got to wait for the retard squad.
Excuse me, Corporal. Looks like you've got a problem on your hands.
You might say so. We need to get through those vines, but they're impassable.
How about we give you a hand?
That'd be great.
I don't think you're the one to be handling vines, lady.
What are you doing so far from the Reach?
We're tracking black market traders that came this way. We suspect they may have a secret ingress past this mess.
Well, let's see if we can help you clear a path.
Your help would be greatly appreciated, ma'am. Delacroix, come over here.
She is in fact an Asian. She is Can's the descendant. Yeah. No, I do understand that. I'm just saying, it just every time I see it, the story of like the memory of being in high school, telling a guy that Asian girls'
Yes, sir.
vaginas are sideways,
I'll be damned. Hey,
always
sis.
like goes through my
I
head.
thought maybe this was your squad.
And how mad he was
Yes,
one
sir.
day when he came
what
to
are you
school.
doing here, Margie?
We heard a rumor there were strange
And we
goings-on
knew
in this
they'd
area.
banged at that point.
We came to investigate.
And must have had a very confusing conversation with her.
To last a lifetime. Let's talk. We've got some information about what's happening around here.
Here we go.
Inquest. Timey, get in your golem.
Stay close.
Shut up, Ram.
Kaz, that's my line.
What are inquests doing here?
They're like rats. They show up everywhere there's death.
You guys go left. Kaz and I will go right.
We need to hold them back here. Our outpost
Defend
can't
the northern
withstand an
pass
all-out
from the
attack.
Inquest.
I'm in.
Okay, so the trick to this one is to let all the NPCs do the work, while I sit here jacking off in the back.
Hope you enjoy being the silent cameraman of the Majorie and Casimir show this fucking season.
Do they... Wait, hold on. Are you telling me, Cyro, that they developed from regular lesbians into the annoying lesbians
Delacroix,
now.
You take the eastern path.
I'm on it.
The
Is
other
that what's
Delacroix.
gonna happen?
Yes, sir.
Living tentacles attacker location. Woman volunteers go. Hey, look. You gotta get while the getting's good, right? I mean, look at Brahim. He doesn't complain. He's all alone. He doesn't cry. Well, actually, he cries a lot. But what he does try to do, at least, is try and fuck a cat. Okay? Doesn't work out for him. The cat rejects him. You know, what happened? What happened to the days when being an incel was a good thing? Gregor Mendel, Sir Isaac Newton, they weren't incels, they were people who changed the fabric of reality forever. All because they were free from the temptation of pussy. Now instead we've just got people shooting up fucking schools. What happened?
Might and glory.
Damn. Incels really fell down a path, huh? If we just left them alone. Think about the great incels of the past. Nikola Tesla. Another one. Changing the fate of humanity. Doing wild fucking shit. And developing the world forward. And now instead, all we really get is a guy crying in a fucking McDonald's that Stacy won't suck his cock. Mendel was a monkey, though. Exactly. Okay, you know what? Fair. Maybe the monks were fucking. But he wasn't seeing pussy. Well, what would that make him? A volcel? A voluntary celibate? Next time you go to church, I want you to point at your pastor and go, ha, volcel, and see what he fucking does to you. See if that affects him. He'll probably just say he's gonna pray for you. Because he knows there's something wrong in your fucking head. Was it Tesla or there was Edison? What, if you want to know the debate between Tesla and Edison, it's the AC/DC debate. And what Edison did was he took, I think it was AC current, and he ran it through a fucking elephant to try and prove how dangerous it was to people. Because he wanted his ideas to win. Well, not really his ideas. The ideas of the engineers who worked under him, who he then claimed credit for. He was basically musking it before, you know, Musk was. Yeah, think about it. Edison got famous. And all he had to do was put his name on the bottom of a patent. One of the most famous men in existence. All because he was writing his name on the bottom of a piece of paper. I'm pretty sure the priest will just try to fiddle you. Well, I mean, you gotta be young. You've gotta be attractive. Or at least you've gotta try and pretend to be that. Most of the time, if there's a priest around, he'll be like, "Listen, I only want the booty hole of anything under the age of 11. There's a reason they can sing that high in choir, and it's not practice." Another fantastic one. I don't think he was an incel actually. It was Howard Howard Hughes, was he an incel? I can't remember. I know he was like a massive, like he was scared of all germs and shit.
So it goes.
But he made the Hercules. Fantastic aircraft. Did a bunch of cool shit. Man, incels really went down the tube, huh? From once being a respected community.
It's all skill and a little luck.
Newton was probably secret gay. Nah, he wasn't.
Might and glory.
He had zero interest in other human beings. He literally, Newton quite literally locked himself in a fucking tower. Right? So that no one would bother him. Neither man nor woman. And what he did, one of his things, this was his excuse, was he said he was experimenting with gravity. But if I've got this right, and if I remember this correctly, he lived in a tower where there was a window like 3 floors up from the door to his tower. And so what he would do is whenever someone would come knock on his door, he would throw a bowling ball or some shit out his window in the hopes that it would get people to leave him the fuck alone. Which you gotta say is pretty base behavior. Certainly a man to emulate. As much as you joke about Graham wanting to fuck rocks, they unironically have more chemistry than they do with their canon love interest. Well, I mean, Graham's spoken about a love interest and then never mentioned her again. As far as I'm aware. I think she just kind of evaporated from the story. Or he was doing that thing where he's like, no, you don't understand. You wouldn't know her. She goes to a different MMO. She lives out of state. And there's just like a really, really fucking crusty ass, like wooden doll hidden somewhere in Braham's tent. It's like suspiciously white. It smells like old semen.
Safe from harm.
Now, if you want to know someone who fucks, you gotta look at someone like, Alexander. He was literally an applicant of the 3/5 rule.
Swift and steady.
So, to not be gay, what he would do is he'd fuck 2 dudes, but then 3 women. Because then by volume, no one could call him gay.
Safe from harm.
Now that's called thinking. That's called prison thinking, you know. Everyone's like, haha, you're a gay, and he's like, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, only fuck 2 dudes for every 3 women. But I just really want to know what that kind of situation was like for that man. Was it like, was he like full-on gay, and he just did it because he like, you know,
Had enough?
he didn't want to get in trouble with his mom or some shit, and just every now and then, he just straight up, like, you know, pulls a woman aside. He's like, all right, let's get this over with. I really need some man ass, so like, I gotta plow my way through you first. You know what's my favorite thing? about mentioning like the homosexuality of Alexander the Great is what you want to really do is you want to mention that around a bunch of Greeks. They love hearing about that. The second you call like one of their greatest historical figures gay, they're incredibly upset with you. If it's the same two dudes like 10 times, it still only counts as two dudes. I mean, if you want to do it by volume and math, sure, fine, right? But I don't think he understood the reputation argument. Right, so the reputation argument, I mean, I'm sure you've heard this before. Build 10 bridges, suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker, right? I'm sure everyone's heard Asmongold say that. That is true. So by reputation, he was gay. Another interesting one that will
Might and glory.
also upset certain groups of people is if you allude to the idea that Shaka Zulu may have been gay, right? Because the guy never had any kids. He wrote like when he like left documentation and phrases and shit behind, it was always stuff like, you should love your fellow soldier the way you love a woman. And so like if you go up to like a group of Zulus and you're like, yo, so there's a pretty good chance that your superhero, your Shakespearean experienced man, may have been a booty warrior. They want to fight you. Ah, damn it.
It's all skill and a little luck.
Which one is my 0 button? Okay, so that's my dive. Where's my 0? There it is. Whoop. Gotta get out of here.
Safe from harm.
Greeks were weird, so were the French. Everyone was weird. Every single historical group at one period of time. It is literally human nature. Right? Mozart made some of the most beautiful classical music in existence.
It's been a while
The
since
dude was obsessed with human shit.
I've been getting lots of practice.
Creativity and mental illness are like right
Looks like
next
we've
to
almost
each
got
other.
those vines out of the way. You coming through with us?
There's no group that can ever claim, no, we never did any weird shit.
You don't mind,
Because that's when
do
you know
you?
they're lying.
If
The
you
ones
come
that
with
say,
us,
no, we never did any
God's
weird
no.
shit
I
historically.
don't get to spend enough time with you.
Yeah.
Let's see if
They-
you
you know
still
they
feel
did
that
some
way
shit
after
they don't
a
wanna
few days of
speak
being
about.
around us.
On a scale of 1 to furry, how weird are the Greeks? Now, so it doesn't work like that for them. In their heads, they
I
were
have a
being
mission for you.
perfectly normal.
I need you to run back to Fort Salma and give
But if
them
you
an update.
if you want to
Oversee
understand
getting
how
soldiers
fucking
posted here to
strange
keep
they
these
were,
vines back. I don't want our retreat cut off just in case.
Yes, Corporal.
go look up
I'll
what the
grab my
word
gear and go.
Koros means.
I knew I could rely on you. Double time, Seraph.
Yes, Corporal.
You ever notice French renditions of other works always add in some shit about adultery? Well, yeah, the French were naturally horny, right?
It's okay. Some other time.
The French
I'm
were
sorry I
always
can't go with
gooners.
you. Promise you'll stop by Fort Salma on your way home and let me know how things went?
I will. Send Mama word that you saw me, will you? So she worries a little less.
Okay, I'd better get going. Take care of yourself, okay?
Now, the Romans
Love
I can
yourself.
kind of make an excuse for, Yoma.
You too.
Because with that much lead in your water, you're probably looking at dudes and you can't even see the dick. You've got brain damage. Literally, to catch up to the Greeks, The Romans had to get brain damage from all their food. Inquest are brutal enemies. They have absolutely no conscience whatsoever. We're here to look into the thieves working into the black market. They must have a lab somewhere nearby. Unless there's a forward scouting group, maybe they're looking for a location to build a new one. They're fools. These vines don't make this area exactly hospitable. Where did the vines come from? As far as I know, the land west of here has been cut off, more or less. For a long time, criminals seem to have a few secret routes to get in and out, but who knows what's going on. You think the vines are spreading inward from beyond the ridge? As good as my guess as any, as good a guess as any, don't you think? What's out there? The Maguma Wastes. Other than that, who knows? The Orion flooding could have changed the entire landscape. I guess we'll find out.
A world of possibilities awaits.
Oh, that's weird. Dean Calloway, why is your message grayed out? Is that YouTube censoring you? Hold on, I gotta double check that. Oh, bro, I think you got the YouTube treatment there. They fucked you, dude. If you do get your message censored out, understand that that's not me. That's YouTube. Because remember, YouTube's okay with you fucking kids. And like whipping out your pussy to like wax it and stuff. As long as you don't say particular words, right? Because that's a real threat to humanity. Is the English vocabulary. It's always been a very odd thing to me. That was so, like, strange about swear words and shit like that. But yeah, no, it's fine. You can see some tits on TV. You're 13 now. Yeah, you can see a woman's open vagina. Dry top. Sounds like a painful experience. Maybe if I start waxing my ass. The only thing going straight to the top is me. I'm dying and going to heaven if I wax anything. Wait, the community was very enthusiastic when they saw the Belinda Greatsword. When this episode came out. Well, we're gonna find that out, aren't we? So, ranking system, I gotta say, Air is still at the top. No one beats the Gulkin. Hottest piece of ass in the game. Nothing beats that out. Scarlet, crazy little psycho that she is. Not bad. Understandable. That was suspicious. Are you just... Okay, you're just a really fucking fat cat. What do you got to say to me?
We're overwhelmed responding to casualties from the Zephyrite crash. Inquest agents are rushing in to take advantage of these poor people, and the frequent sandstorms only add to our woes. I hear the nearby mining town of Prosperity has also seen its share of trouble, but we've been too busy assisting the crash survivors to investigate.
No, you see, you can't say unalive too much, technically, Black. You can't say that, because YouTube's starting to catch up onto that one. What you're supposed to say now is disappeared. But you know what, you can also go the other way and get more creative with it, right? Start saying shit like, this man was extracted from... what? No, fuck, what was the word? Someone told me this. It's late, I'm trying to remember now. Someone had their soul extracted from their anus and sent to heaven. What's very interesting about YouTube, if you go and look at the data, is, at least from a speech perspective, it cannot tell the difference between the word come, as in semen, and the word come, as in come here. So you're perfectly fine talking about cum on YouTube. That's the good shit. Speak to Spark in the dry top. Okay. I'm fucking around here trying to figure out where the fuck I'm going. Where's Spark? You know what YouTube's gonna do? Right, just you saying that, Black. You know what's gonna happen, right? Is the next generation of kids are gonna grow up with some really fucking strange and odd fetishes because of what they have access to. Okay. Oh god, don't tell me this whole fucking place is a jumping puzzle. Don't tell me that. Hello.
Your presence here is a comfort.
First time I've heard a woman say that. Right, so how does this fucking work now? No, I refuse, Syro.
Pay attention to your skill bar, you bald fuck.
Okay, let's see. Lightning pull. Use the lightning tether to pull yourself towards the target location. Use the aspect of wind to leap extremely high. Okay, so holding it down does nothing for me. Use the assisted. Okay. Fucking this is how it must feel to be disabled without a wheelchair and you're just trying to get up the steps every day. Aha. It's like you gotta do like 5 different fucking jumping puzzles. Just to make it back into the fucking pharmacy here. Whoop. Red circles. Aha. This is just an event. I don't know why the fuck I'm doing this. Or do I have to kill that thing to get rid of the goddamn vines? Don't tell me I gotta kill that thing to get rid of the vines. Yeah, fuck you. You can't shoot around corners. Nah, it's down here. Has to be. Wonder if I can shoot him off the ledge. No.
Safe from harm.
Good night, kid. So this is the jumping puzzle chapter. This is the part where everyone gives up and says to themselves, you know what I'm gonna do? Everything except the jumping puzzles, I'm gonna go get my flying mount. Fuck this place. That's the impression I'm getting here. I wonder how long this game is going to take to break me. I'm going to have to fight this stupid fucking thing out, aren't I?
Ready? I'm feeling fast.
I mean, it's pretty interesting that they're making me fight the bad dragon. Ah, damn it. It's fine. It's fine. All I need to do is survive long enough for my suicide vest to activate, and I'll get back up. Ah, fuck. Nearly. That was close. It's fine. It's fine. This is how we get used to a new area. Is you act like a retard for long enough, and you can figure out how to get around shit. Or that happens. Holy shit. So, instead of doing the right thing, and getting the guy who designed jumping puzzles, one of those nice long... those, like, you know, those nice white jackets with the really long sleeves that wrap around the back. Instead of doing that, they gave the motherfucker Living World Season 2. That's what I'm learning.
Swift and steady.
Yeah, try not die. No, fuck. I pressed the wrong button on my mouse. God damn it. Motherfucker. I feel like this is gonna take me a while. What the fuck are you sending me here, Keith? "8-bit retro 87 mechanical keyboard Xbox edition." Now you see, this is bait, right? This right here is what happened to the Xbox engineers after they were told by Microsoft, you're not allowed to make Xbox anymore. Poor bastards. Given a charity case of a PC to build. And you know, life hits you hard sometimes. Sometimes life truly does beat you down. Okay, let's try to deal with the smaller vines first, instead of just being a fucking idiot. Or do these just keep coming back? Is this just an infinite spawn trap?
Might and glory.
Okay, now hit the right buttons. Alright. So just don't be a fucking idiot and you'll be fine. Cool. Ah, that made the jizz vines go away. Fantastic. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Guild Wars 2 is really about diversity. I get it now. I'm understanding. They were doing DEI before it was cool because they gave a retard a job and he designed this. Something tells me that this entire expansion is gonna be about dildos shooting out of the ground. I don't know what it is. But I get the impression that they ran out of budget for new character models. You get a dry top when you aren't wearing a femboy enough clothing. You may have lost the ability to speak. That may be early signs of a stroke. Might want to get that checked. Okay, so I'm very slowly starting to understand why this is the lesbian expansion. But if that's the case, then I think it would be fair to say that, you know, Detective Lesbian and Mesmer Lesbian aren't real lesbians. Because if they were real lesbians, they wouldn't be out here trying to find so many fake dicks to use instead. Holy shit, please tell me the whole expansion is not like this.
That structure is unstable. It would be unwise for us
Christ.
to go in. Scruffy's scan confirms that it won't support all our weight. According to my calculations, the most efficient combination would be you, Marjorie, and Casimir. The rest of us can wait out here.
Did she just call us fat, Bram?
Yep, she sure did.
Facts are facts. The three of us together weigh as much as 19 Casimirs.
Great. I'm a unit of measurement. Lead on, boss. Kaz and I are with you. We'll holler for the rest of you if we need something smashed.
Here we go. See, this is the okay. So this is the expansion where people decide that they're gonna kill themselves. I'm starting to understand. This is the suicide one. Okay.
Hold
So
on.
like,
I'll cast... Wait. Something's wrong. What's the matter, doll? I can't form a portal. Something here is blocking me.
yeah, maybe you should shave. It'll make it easier. I just got to check something about this. Hold on.
See if you can break through with this sun crystal.
Yeah, I'll check just now. Just give me a second, lesbian. I just gotta... Have there been any shootings inside the ArenaNet main office? I'm just double checking something. Maybe I need to ask an AI because they've like buried the story. Hey, MS Word. I'm not MS Word. I love dead naming AIs. Regarding your question, I couldn't find any reports or news about a shooting in the arena net. Okay, so they buried the story pretty well, because there's no way someone designed this and there wasn't a fucking shooting in that office. Also, fun fact, Timey is voiced by Jimmy Neutron. Okay, so after Jimmy Neutron, basically, like, life went downhill.
Smash that inquest thing so we can catch up.
That's what I'm hearing here.
Might and glory.
Halt, intruders. This area falls under inquest jurisdiction. You are trespassing. Ergo, be gone, or we'll have no choice but to oust you.
Look, we're just trying to help these poor crash victims and find out what happened. Do you know anything about the crash?
All we know is that whatever lands in our territory
Fuck
is
me,
ours
this thing
to
needs to be in
salvage.
an oven.
Let us show you just how serious we are about this.
Big rat trap. Thank God, at least they're gonna get some justice out of this. It's gonna allow us to kill them. Thank God. At least there is some mercy in this.
Safe from harm.
Now, I know they probably left this out the main story and stuff.
Business. I guess
But-
we showed them. Still think I'm not ready for battle?
Listen, I'm sorry about how I've been acting. I just can't stand the thought of you getting hurt
Remember that
again.
Americans like to take their frustration out on
fluff out of
schools by shooting kids. That's
I
true.
know, honey. I felt
Kids
the
make
same
for,
way
I
about
guess,
you.
better target
But you
practice because they're
convinced me that
smaller.
you can handle yourself. Now let me convince you.
All right.
Now, I know they probably left this out of the main story, and there's like
the
a...
lightning tether. Try this crystal.
Fuck. These lesbians never shut the fuck up. You know... I know this has been left out of the main story. And that's fair, I understand why. And I know that there's probably like a book somewhere that I'm going to come across that I'm supposed to interact with to find this out. But like, I just need to know now. After Brahim tries to fuck a cat and gets rejected, does he then try and fuck the midget rat? Because I wouldn't put it past that man. I can see why his mother abandoned him. No. Okay, so they did leave that out of the story. They did, like, you know, they gave you some mercy. You don't have to know about that one. Thank God.
Something's actively blocking my magic. Please keep an eye out for anything unusual.
I just registered something. Right, so... Casmia's a mesmer, right? Yes or no? Is Casmia's a mesmer? Specifically a mesmer? Yes. That's all I needed to hear. So, let's assume you have gone through Guild Wars 2. You have leveled up a mesmer. You've got your character to this stage of the story. Your mesmer's abilities don't stop working. Does that mean, specifically, that that thing up there, that little rotating thing is anti-gay technology? Because if it's not affecting your mesmer character, does that mean that the game has decided your sexuality for you? Because you don't get to pick that. The game's like your character's straight no matter what. And it's like anti-lesbian technology has now been developed in Living World Season 2. I mean, I suppose they have been alluding to it, because it's like the second that Rox learns that that Casimir and Marjorie are together, she's immediately like, get my fucking pet away from them. You all remember that. All of you remember that. The second she was like, we're a thing, Rox was like, get my fucking dog away from these two bitches. Immediately. So, you know what? To me, that means that the Asura have gone out of their way to develop anti-gay technology. Because only her shit is affected, no one else. Now, all I need to round the story off, and it's kind of already happening, is we've got anti-gay technology that stops gays from using magic, lesbian magic here. And now we've got big robots, and what you may have noticed is these robots tend to be shooting off big, like, lightning shit. So are they, like, supposed to be the electroshock therapy that cures these two? I mean, the game's been leading up to it for a while, right? When you're a Sylvari...
Hurt badly. You're going to be
Oh,
okay.
let's find out what they gotta
Friends and I will
say.
get you out of here.
Forget about me. The Master of Peace is in danger. Someone has to go find him and protect him.
The Master of Peace? Your leader? Where is he? Why is he in danger?
I don't know why. But the Sylvari is trying to kill him. Please.
Hey, stay with me. Oh, damn.
It was the most dramatic death imaginable. So,
I hate to speak ill of the dead, but that
Dion, shut
Zephyrite
up.
was lying.
About what?
Don't get me wrong. She was very afraid for the Master of Peace, but when she said she didn't know why he was in danger, I could tell. She wasn't lying.
Why would she
lesbian
lie?
magic at
Are you
work.
sure?
She
Absolutely.
can tell.
It was in her posture and in her eyes.
It was in the
She didn't
quiver
give us the
of
full
her
truth.
lips.
I believe you. Let's press on and see if we can find any more answers.
So, I'm just saying, Guild Wars 2 has like a very, very strong anti-lesbian theme. So this is all I'm saying. Is when you're a Sylvari and you're like leveling up, you go to your mom and she's like, let me show you a vision of the worst future possible. This is why we have to stop Zaitan. And one of the first things she shows you is Kaith hooking back up with that nightmare lady. I can't remember her name. So in your mom's mind as a Sylvari, your mom is like the worst thing that can ever happen is a lesbian relationship. Foul lane. That's it. Foul lane. Your mom, the mother tree, is like, there is nothing worse in the world than a lesbian relationship. Then we move forward in the story. The second we find out Casimir and Marjorie are together, Rox is like, I need to get my pet away from them. They might catch the game. And now you're telling me that the Asura have developed specifically anti-gay mesmer technology that only works on this lesbian. But if you're playing a mesmer, you're fine. I'm gonna start calling her a mesbium. Damn. I'm starting to get the impression that somewhere out there is a Guild Wars 2 dev who dated a girl and she broke his fucking heart on the floor. And the last thing she said to him was, I'm not into guys anymore. And he couldn't handle that. That destroyed him. And now he's put like all the subtle parts of his broken mind into this game. And what's probably happened is he was given the Sylvari to deal with. Right? And the rest of the office has no problem with like gay relationships and shit. But he in particular, that one dude whose heart was shattered by a rug muncher, is now sitting there subtly putting in hints, trying to counteract the rest of the office behind everyone's back. no. We need to put this anti-gay lesbian mesmer technology in the game. It is essential that this exists. But no, when the Sylvari players go through the story, they need to know that the apocalypse happens when two plant pussies scissor into each other. Damn, somewhere out there is a man with a broken heart. Still checking Facebook posts to see if her sexuality changed again. Thanks for the follow, Martin Jacob.
Might and glory. Safe from harm.
And I can see it already. I can see the subtle dog whistles here. Like, I know this skips past most people, right? But I've been trained to notice these things from years and years. Oh, fuck this, I'm dropping this. From years and years of seeing all the subtle programming that has gone into media throughout our history. Of learning about the world around us. It kind of makes sense that the anti-lesbian woman technology has so many right angles, because just like in driving, no woman can take a fucking corner properly. So this makes sense. It's starting to come together. I'm starting to understand.
I'm renewed.
I mean, come on. She's Asian. She's a lesbian. There's not a chance in hell she can fucking drive. That's all I'm saying. Guild Wars 2 devs are dropping hints. It's there, but only the. It's like if you go down the rabbit hole of finding out about the Bored Ape Yacht Club with the NFTs, right? He's dropping subtle hints. There's a dev in that office somewhere still thinking about that lesbian that he dated. She took dick once, and she looked at him and she was like, look, I can't do that again. And he had his heart shattered. He'd already picked out the ring. He'd spent 3 months' salary on the perfect ring. And it just all went to shit after that. It's one tragedy after another. First Lion's Arch, and now this terrible accident. What's happening to our world? This was no accident. Look at the bodies. Their bodies are riddled with knife wounds. Penetration marks. They didn't die in the crash. They were attacked. Before the crash, something happened on the ship. The Zephyrite always seemed so gentle to me, but these died fighting. There are defensive wounds on their hands and arms, as if they were shielding themselves from their attacker. No culture survives long without learning to defend itself. You see? You see, that dev is out here giving subtle hints. Get a gun. Learn to defend yourself against lesbians. They can't drive. So many of them. It must have been a large force that attacked. I don't think so. The stab wounds are from the same blade. Now, I think the final piece of the puzzle is the girl who dumped him either looked like that or like that. One of the two. Yes, as inflicted by one lone attacker. A formidable attacker who took them down single-handed. Them and their airship an accomplished saboteur.
All these dead. They're breaking my heart.
A friend pointed out to me that these people weren't killed in the crash. They were dead beforehand.
What?
Murder.
Look at the link. Thank you for reminding me. What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I looking at? Is that Braham? Gay Braham. No, you gotta understand, man on man is acceptable, right? As was foretold by the Mother Tree, she's not had a problem with a single dude hooking up with another dude. But lesbian, she's out of there, right? So gay relationships are fine as long as it's wiener on wiener. It's just when there's two tacos smashing together, that's when shit goes wrong. That's where they draw the line. It's Braham's new look. Well, I'm glad that he discovered his sexuality and will never breed. Thank God. Imagine having a smoke show of a mom, like Air, and you're such a fuck up that you end up looking like Braham. Holy shit, I would probably abandon that baby too. I get it. That's like I completely understand what Air did.
Okay.
Because if I like my wife gave birth to Braham, and I looked Braham in the eyes, I'm immediately surrendering that motherfucker to the SPCA. I get it. I understand.
Here we go.
Safe from harm.
I don't really need to dodge from this guy. I can just sit here and tank him, right?
Swift and
He's not going to do that much.
Ha! What dreadful business.
Page torn from a mission log has a single phrase scrawled across it. I turn my back on you, mother. My solo voice of truth will dampen the cacophony of fools. I should discuss this with Majori.
Hey,
Excuse me, detective who does nothing. What did you find? I recognize this. It's a soundless mantra for meditation, scrawled on someone's personal logbook. What? Why? Why is it soundless? Soundless are Sylvari, a faction. How you liking Dry Top? Well, I'm starting to understand why it's called Dry Top. I get that the slogan of this area is Bite the Pillow. Because it's making sense now. Oh yes, I remember something about that. They're a fringe group. They're cut off of their loyalties to the Pale Tree. From the Pale Tree and all other Sylvari, they meditate to keep their minds away from the dream. Do you think the Sylvari was a soundless? Are soundless evil? No, Sylvari is inherently evil. Jormag has something to say about that. But some choose that path. So we're looking for a soundless Sylvari who no longer enjoys the protection of the Pale Tree. Imagine it was so easy to just leave everything behind it. How do I stop myself from going mentally insane? Well, I meditate. And by meditate, I mean jerk off regularly. And who is most likely male, judging from the name?
So our Sylvari was soundless.
It's a bold assumption of you to make.
You sound downright excited.
The plot thickens, my dear. Of course I'm excited.
Jesus, I hate knockback effects. There's nothing worse than knockback effects.
You should know I'm not all smiles.
Why am I dodging? These are not enemies worthy of a dodge.
I can't see.
Look up above you. It's like a fucking flashbang went off. What am I supposed to see? The fucked up thing there? I don't know what I'm looking for here. It's the first jumping puzzle. Fuck that. Don't fucking... No, don't tell me this thing's a fucking jumping puzzle. How the fuck are you supposed to get up there? That makes no sense. What? Well, I completed that jumping puzzle. That one wasn't too hard. Thank God I made it all the way to the top. It's a bit rough, but I got there.
Might and glory. Safe from harm.
This wood was blast scorched in an explosion, rather than slow burned as seen on most of the wreckage. I should discuss this with that
Hey, you
useless
guys,
detective.
Look over here.
Scorch marks and heavy damage to these airship support beams is consistent with explosives. A bomb was likely placed near them. That seems to confirm
Weird.
sabotage.
Some of this wreckage isn't fresh. These burn marks are old. It's as if they'd been attacked before the crash.
You know, of all the people here, I would not be the one to think Casimir knows what fresh wood looks like. So I'm going to disregard her opinions on this. Oh, fuck yeah. Nothing better than cheating. You have the jump high crystals later, and you would have to use them perfectly. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'd be shocked if I get any of this right. I just realized that I went down here, I did this, and then I never interacted with the thing. Yeah. Damn, getting tired.
Okay.
Lesbians usually
That's
burn
how
me
you
out,
want to play it.
but not like this. Zephyrite is armed and armored, as if part of some elite guard. There's blast powder and scorching on her body.
Why does it have to be another Solvari?
I don't know, but his actions are not random. He was after something or someone specific.
The Master of Peace? Is he on the run? Is the assassin after him?
I think so, yes. We have to find him before the assassin does. Do you think we can track them?
You're
Yeah,
right
my
about
lucky charm.
you're right about Casimir being the power lesbian in this couple. Like I've yet to think of a single thing that Marjorie's actually done. I'm trying to, like, I'm running through my head. Has Marjorie actually done anything useful? Aside from sent you off to do things and then claimed the credit afterwards. I doubt the Master of Peace knows this area any better than we do. If you were him and being pursued, where would you go? Oh, I see how it is. So because I'm a Sylvari, you think we all are the same, right? Is that how it is? Huh? I'll tell you where I'd head. I'd head to the local KFC, you bitch. Fucking can't believe you'd have to ask. That makes sense. Okay, then. We should head into that town there. I'll go, you stay here. That way I don't have to listen to your fucking dialogue. Sure, boss. You don't mind going by yourself. I'll take rocks. Now, you see, this needs to be a decision, not a single choice. Okay, we'll meet there when we're done.
Jory?
Yes, dear?
I was hoping we'd have a break from the death and destruction once Scarlet was gone.
Unfortunately, I believe Scarlet was just the tip of a very large, very deep iceberg.
I don't think you know anything about tips, Marjorie. You shouldn't be speaking. Yeah.
Rare loot.
Oh shit, yeah, thanks for dropping me exactly where all these motherfuckers are. I really appreciate that. Those fucking dust mite twisters are gonna knock me off an edge. I can see it's coming. Oh my god, it's gonna happen. Your current ability is fully trained and ready to master. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Need one more mastery point to master this ability. So no, it's not ready, is it? Productive downtime, you gain bonus 10% experience from all crafting. You can now trade with the packed supply networks. I don't know what any of this means to me. None of that matters. All I know is I have to get to the green asshole marker over here.
I feel furious!
Fuck no, I'm never learning grenades. Fuck grenades.
No, there are more coming in all the time.
Fuck it, I'll just do that. Oh, not fucking with that. I'll pass on fucking with that, please.
Have any of the Zephyrite said anything about their,
Someone help me, the sand is too thick. I'm sure I was supposed to do something else instead of just wandering through it like a Todd. But you know what? I made it all the way, and that's all that matters. Interact. Merchant has a single stab wound in his chest that looks just like the one the Zephyrite found at the crash site. Really? The man has a stab wound. And the stab wound, perchance, happens to look like a stab wound. I feel like we're racially profiling a Sylvari right now. I'm not sure I agree with this. I just feel like there's a bigger, like, conspiracy at play here. Like, you know, that one time, one Sylvari learned mathematics, and the Asura immediately abduct him and try and fucking kill him. Always just trying to keep a good plant down, huh? Search the mine to try and find the Master of Peace. Okay, so this thing is... yeah, this is definitely use the zoomy thing to get to the other side. Whoop. Man, the Sylvari really got it rough, huh? Newest kids on the block. Given nothing but low-income housing to work with. Mom hates you if you're a woman and you're gay. Damn. Life is hard. You can't swim through sand. The fuck am I looking for here? Please don't tell me there's some sick fucking jumping puzzle here. Consider that Guild Wars 2 needs 2.5 years. Then she's legal in our country. You talk about timey, aren't you? Then, okay, yeah, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with what you said about us learning math. Is we're never going to learn math because you keep on flooding all of our neighborhoods with unregulated potions that we keep getting addicted to. And then we keep on breaking into the local liquor stores, trying to support that habit, because we're all addicted to the shit you pushed into our communities. It's real devastating. Luckily for me, I was born one of those light leaf Sylvari, right? So life's a little bit better for me than it would be for your average dark leaf Sylvari. Thanks for the follow, Neem. And oh yeah, I already said Martin Jake. Oh, hello. Who are you? Gone. All gone. I'm ruined. What happened here? Giant vines and hostile plant things tore this place apart. They killed most of my regulars. Sorry that happened to you. I hope your regulars were Asura. It's only fair. Oh, yeah, okay. Is there anything more iconic than your Sylvarian gang colors getting drunk middle of the day, ready to smash the bottle over someone's head? Okay. I'm fucking confused. I'm supposed to get over there. How in the fresh double-dipped fuck do I do that? There's a warp in space thing there. Follow the railroad tracks north. Listen, that didn't work out so great for the Chinese when they first came to America, so I don't know if I want to do that. Whoop. Okay, so these things won't bother me. What if we go this way? And just stick to the wall, see if we can find something. This place is a fucking nightmare, holy shit. Don't tell me I have to jump. Or do you have to do the event? Oh, fuck, it's gonna make me do the event, isn't it? Ah. Nice. I feel like I'm doing something incorrect, but maybe I'm too fucking exhausted to figure this out. Aha. Okay, so we got sonar. Very nice. Oh, thank God. Haven't seen a tunnel this crusty since Marjorie laid on her back. Alright. I am obviously being fucking retarded right now. I can feel I'm exhausted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop here. I need some sleep. I've spent 8 hours soldering and using epoxy in like the most delicate ways possible to get this fucking GPU in this PC to work. It's working now, so this PC is never going off. Because I've got a 50-50 chance that if it ever goes off again, it's never turning back on. Yeah, go to sleep, dude. Lulu, go to fucking sleep. I am gonna go pass out. I need the fucking rest. It's been too long. I've been awake too long and I can see I'm like completely out of it. I'm not seeing shit that's obvious, not reading quest text. It's all just phasing past me. So I'm gonna stop there. I'm not so sure about the second part of Living World Season 2. But this is again how I felt at the beginning of Living World Season 1. It was very confusing. I hope it gets better, but this place looks like one big fucking jumping puzzle, and that concerns me. I'm hoping it's good. And you know what? When we can, we'll play a little bit of, you know, some Black Desert Online, because I also want to do a video about that. I've also got some filming to do tomorrow and my job. So I'll leave you with the words, the words I remember hearing from, who was it? Who said it in Guild Wars 2? Casimir? No, it was definitely... No, it wasn't Casimir. It was the other one. It was Marjorie. The last words we heard coming out of Marjorie before we left the bar as her and Casimir connected, if I remember correctly, were very important, like, philosophical words that we can all live by. The words they said, and I'll remember this till the day I die, the words they said were, "Scissor me timbers."